Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Yes, it is Wednesday. We are back. It's been so long. It feels like it's been so long. How's everybody doing? Let me fix my VTuber. Okay, I'm just checking. It's always weird when I do the iPad setup. Mainly because like I'm like continuously looking down. Uh, and like mostly getting like being in the center, like looking at my camera right in the center. But yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. How is everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing amazingly in this fine Wednesday. Me, I am just chilling. I'm not really doing too much these days because I'm on vacay, but oh well. Actually, I do need to help reset. Okay. Think that can work? Okay. So yeah, welcome everybody. Hello peeps on Blue Sky. Hello peeps on Kara. Uh, so yeah, welcome. So today we're continuing our what's it? Our sticker streams, and yeah, we're gonna go for this sticker. I've already finished the other like a few other ones. Oh shit. Um, I'm not sure if I can even like show it on stream, like the bead thing. Hold up. Let me quickly hold on. There we go. Let me see. Shoot, where is it? I had it right here. So yeah, finished the period sticker. Yes, yes. Managed to finish it. I didn't finish it off screen because I don't know. I wanted to like still work out the letters a little bit because the letters were kind of like funky a little bit. So, yeah, I ended up just playing around with it, seeing what would happen. Let me fix up my camera a little bit. There we go. But yeah, that's what I've been working on recently. Working with some other things in the background. Little things here and there, which there's some things that I cannot speak about. But besides that, yeah, working with this, also working with the bead one. Can I show it? I put 18 plus, and the stream says 18 plus. So I think I'm good. But yeah, you can see it right here. Yeah. It's so that's a sticker. That's a pixel art sticker that I made. Um, using Blender. So yes, I sculpted that shape, that eggplant shape, and the little balls. I sculpted it in or modeled it in Blender. I like to use the word sculpting when I'm doing something like, something similar to like ZBrush, where like I'm actually, sculpting detail, modeling I would use it more so for like you know, uh like low poly modeling and stuff like that. Now in Spanish though, normally I talk with peeps that don't know a lot about this stuff, so I just say like, you know, the Spanish equivalent to sculpting. Yeah, because that's a little bit more, it makes more sense to a lot of people. But yes, I did this guy using Blender, and actually some of y'all already seen it before. Let me see. Hold up, it's in the other one. Yeah. You saw it already here, like sketched up. Um, but then I decided to like instead of making it 2D here in Procreate, I just said like, hey, I want to do 3D stickers. Let's do 3D stickers. So that's what I did, and it's even better because I even added some droplets, and I love it so much. I would actually use it, but unfortunately, living in a conservative environment is hard. It's hard. I feel like people will like notice it like that. Also, I can't really have it on me like and on anything because my job. So unfortunately, you guys can buy it. You guys can do whatever you want with it, but I cannot. And not only that, but I did two versions of the sticker. So, some of y'all have probably seen the withered stickers that I've done for my DS. My DS. I wanna let me fix this VTuber. It's bothering me. I can take the suffering from you. Shit, too much. Okay, I think that's better. Okay. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So y'all probably remember some of the withered stickers that I've done before. So let me just show them here. Let me show it like bit by bit. Actually, you know what? Let me ungroup this. Yeah, and then do page assist. Just make all of them visible so we can see like a flip book of it. But yeah, these are some of the stickers that I made. For those that don't know, these are stickers that I made for my DS overlay, at least the model, which I stuck it to them. And I liked them so like I liked the idea of it so much that I decided, hey, what if I do more stickers that look like they are withered down, they're like ripped, horribly like deformed and such, and so and like weared and teared through time. So I decided like, hey, let me try it out. This could be like a fun idea, kind of like how people just, ruin their sneakers on purpose, for fashion or for cloud or whatever. And these are some of the ones that I've done before. So like we got like this censored fuck one, very fancy, like very cartoonish. I love it. This one is actually my favorite. I love this one. This is like a pixel art one. So I did pixel art on Procreate, and then I scaled it up using Nearest Neighbor, and then yeah, I turned it into a sticker and did all the ripping, everything else, and yeah, fun, easy idea. Did like a little like spooky Puerto Rican comet kind of deal as well. I did this like moon one, which I really like just the clean version, but I also love this like dirtied up version. And then yeah, we got our, little eggplant little guy all withered and teared. So yeah. Whoever is asking themselves what kind of like stains made this, you do not want to know. So yeah, that's the thing. I've also done some other stickers in the past, which I never ended up like producing them, but I really want to like produce them. Like this is one of them. So I did started doing like a series of Mario Galaxy stickers. Um, can I actually reproduce this style? I don't know. I could do the best that I can, but I'll try. But yeah, these are fun little stickers I made based on, enemies from the Mario Galaxy series that I did in the past. These would be very fun to also produce. Like, I want to do a lot. Gargrith, are you double fisting? You double fisting streams now? I like the red one. The red one, it's so like out there. The thing with these stickers is that, and you can see it with this little like, sparky thing, like the little reaction spark. I would I would definitely do these with like a transparent uh border because I don't know, I like it really depends on the design. I do like white borders on some, but most of the time I kind of want it to be kind of like transparent, especially for like these special effects, you know what I mean? Like like these are super fun. Also Gargrith, let me show you the you probably already saw it, but the eggplant sticker. I made in Blender. Yeah, the eggplant sticker that I made in Blender. Heavy toe. Yeah, I did two versions actually. I did this dirtied up version. It's so good. Yeah, I did these like I did this dirtied up version, but I also did the clean version, which I think when I put it, because I'm not a fan of the border because of these things, but I think when I upload it to like a sticker app, then yeah. To finish the ball guy one, we're gonna work on that today. We're gonna work on that today. Yes. So yeah, but yeah, so people can get the clean version, people can get the dirtied up version, you know. Yeah, and a little like last minute edit that I really love about the design of this thing was adding this little like finger like grabbing little loop. Um and so because originally it was just gonna be like a normal stem, right? But then I ended up like changing it, and I'm like, oh, this is so perfect. Do you have a non-pixelated one? I can work on it. I can work on it. Yeah, I can definitely work on it. Like all I have to do is take away the pixelation. Um, so I could do that option if y'all want. Oh shoot, forgot this thing is. I gotta charge this up because I'm using the charger for my phone as well. But yeah, because then you can do a smooth sticker border with doing a drop shadow at XY00 and change it to white. I like the pixelated effect was just asking for the sticker border. Oh yeah. I get it. I get it. Yeah, like it's. Let me fix this again. Me. There we go. Okay, sorry. I was bothered by that thing. Okay. Yeah, like I could always do that because the way that I do it is that I just like I grab the whole silhouette of this thing and then I start like using Gaussian blur and then start duplicating the layer over and over again, gauging like blurring it again, duplicate, and that's how I do it. I can like maybe clean it up and stuff, but maybe I can use that method that you're saying. I like pixelated effect, was just asking for the sticker border. Yeah, like I think the sticker wrap, you know, what's it? The sticker wrap website might like will do a cleaner version. And I know this because I've used their website before. So it's possible. It's possible. That's the method I use to make my stickers, to make white border. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I just do the Gaussian blur thing to just to like test it out. Because really I would be like sending out this as the image. Um so yeah. And then besides that, I also did the period one. Uh right. So this one. I really like how this one ended up looking. Really proud about this one. That's the method I use to make stickers, to make the whiteboard. I already read that. But yeah. But the period one, the period just like gives off. I was actually worried about this one. Like midway to the sticker, I was like, nah, this is not working at all. But then like I started adding like the other effects and it just like, bam, beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, right now I'm working with the ball gag one. So yeah, sit back, relax. I'm doing the line art again because I don't know. Well, I can like fix up this thing actually. Hold up. Let me just duplicate it just in case. yeah, there's some things that just I would probably fix up. Also, I scaled this thing up, so a lot of the things here are like pretty blurry now. Y maullaré por ti. That one is iconic. Period. Period. Yes. Yeah, no. And I'm gonna be doing a lot of my emotes as stickers as well. Uh I just need to like find a way because I was thinking of like websites to actually sell them. Um so yeah, and I need to buy some materials as well for like packaging and stuff. Because I can do envelopes. Like that would be like an easy way. Like how do you have you like sold any stickers before, Gargrith? Do you have any advice for selling stickers? Tú te vas y yo me quedo aquí. Lloverá y ya no seré tuya. Seré la gata bajo la lluvia. ¿Ves? La vida es así. Sí. But yeah, stickers is something that I want to be doing. Because in the future I do want to do things like sticker club, and other things. And I've seen so many people doing amazing stickers, especially a lot of like Blender artists doing like 3D models and actually turning them to stickers. I want that. I want to do that kind of stuff. So yeah, stickers would be an amazing thing to do. Um, yeah, and also like if somebody wants me to make them a sticker, you know, uh, I can also do commissions, that or emotes. If anybody wants me to do their like 3D emotes, that would be great. Got the mic on my face. Okay, okay, okay. But yeah, I gotta figure it out though, because it's like it's a whole business. Um, and I need a website, or not. I'm not saying that I'm gonna use my own website, but well, I do want to eventually do my make my own website, but I feel like managing it, making it, paying for the domain, like I want to see if I can like maybe do something else, maybe like use something like Patreon or something like what's it? Maybe something like Ko-fi I heard is pretty good. So maybe I'll check that out. Wink wink. Wink wink. But yeah. Okay. I want something like very like bam in your face. Or like graphic like this. I'm just like redoing these things. But yeah, like sticker would be fun. What's another thing that I can do? What are other ideas that people will want? I know that figurines is something that I've always wanted to do, but I'm figuring that stuff out. I'm figuring it out because uh yeah, cuz like I don't know, I got very like unmotivated because I tried to do like I keyed a little figurine of a low poly cloud. Um and then I saw it and I was like, "No, it's ruined." And I was like so unmotivated to do anything else after that. But I need to see or not even keyed stuff. Maybe I can just do like solid things, maybe like small keychain stuff that can be like printed out in one go. I was also thinking of just doing handmade, uh, you know, resin casted stuff because I feel like that could be like a fun experience. But I need to check that because resin is also a lot of money, and I know we have that whole thing about the tariffs, which also affect. Unfortunately, it does affect resin. So, yeah, it's like the unfortunate thing about it. Damn. One day, I'll do a collab with Voltaire. It's gonna be my dream. But you know what? I'll just like trace it. Just like fill it up like this. Okay. Let's see if I can like just let's see. Yeah, would be amazing to just collab with that guy. He's such a cool dude too. Erase all of this. The fight while the others cry. All the others rise. So that reminds me, because I did talk a little bit about him working with on a pilot with another YouTuber, and I remember I talked about how also the creator of Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy was also helping out and working the with the pilot, and so I also remember that I saw a video about the creator of Billy and Mandy actually worked on his own indie series or indie film, which is like an adult Muppets movie that he was doing, and everything was practical. Like everything is practical. Like the puppets and also a lot of the stunts and the vehicles, and it was basically like it was like a dystopian Mad Max kind of like a deal, but with Muppets, right? And it was adult. And unfortunately, it didn't go through, but it was still a cool idea. Still a cool idea. Like speaking of Muppets, like I love the game that they announced in the Summer Game Fest. That was just Muppets. But what's it called? Ah, this other game. Shoot, the Nintendo game. Punch Out, but with puppets. And I saw that and like it looked amazing. Yeah, and a lot of it was actually just recorded. Like the puppets, they actually like recorded them, and like edited them, made them like game ready and stuff. And yeah, everything looked really good. Maybe we can watch the trailer later. They also did uh, like a rubber hose. What's it? Game. Not the same people, but like they announced a rubber hose first person shooter. Now, I am mad that people are just going in, seeing that and saying like, "Oh, it's the Cuphead style," and it's like, no, no, that shit is called a rubber hose, and that thing has been existing since the 1920s, hell, 1930s, yeah, 1930s. So no, that is not just a Cuphead style. It's like people saying like, "Oh, that's the guy from Fortnite." Yo. Like no. No. Like people are so dumb. Like you see a style, like okay, you play a game and you're like not curious about the the design inspiration or anything. Like seriously, you're just gonna go around and say like, yeah, that's a Cuphead style, or oh, they copied Cuphead, or oh, that's a Cuphead rip off. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm getting mad here, like by myself. But yeah, I find it very, very like, ugh, like, bruh, don't call it the Cuphead style. Don't. I love Cuphead, but yeah. Like Sonic, for example, right? Inspired by Mickey Mouse. Yeah. And a lot of the visual elements from Sonic come from the OG like rubber hose, visual era. The gloves, the big shoes, the big head, like the cartoonish big head and big eyes, very reminiscent of rubber hose. It comes off as them having bad taste or lack of culture, both, both. Cuz like, hey, like okay, you like Cuphead. That is great. That is amazing. But hey, why not check out stuff like, I don't know, Popeye? I shit you not, I mentioned to one of my students, I mentioned Popeye, and they were only thinking of the restaurant, the fast food. Which, by the way, Popeye. I don't know if there's any like Popeye buildings that still have this, but I remember when the first time I went to Popeye's fast food, and they had the Popeye characters on the walls. But then next time I went to another one, years and years later, I saw that they removed the characters. So it's like, what the fuck, man? Um, I don't know. So it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, like it's annoying having people say that. Like seriously, you're like disrespecting a whole era of art, a whole era of animation, which some people may say like, "Oh, don't get so mad. Like it's no big deal. They're just kids." Like, nah, there's like grown ass adults coming in saying like, "Oh, that's the Cuphead style. That's the Cuphead style. This ripped off Cuphead." It's like, bruh, fucking such a book. Such a book. There's digital books. Just read one. Or like hell, just go to like a video like any video essay on the topic. Like there's so many that just copy from one another. Though I shouldn't talk about like video essays though, because I just love just listening to them, and they're super fun to listen to. I learn new things and then I share them on Discord. Todo el pasado ya no ves. La vida es así. Y yo me quedo aquí. Lloverá y ya no seré tuya. La gata bajo la lluvia. There's so many Spanish songs that are have to do with love, but there's so many Spanish songs that have to do with cheating. It's crazy. Like there was one about this like guy that was singing about like, going to this like lady that's about to get married the next day, and then he they talk about how like he's always like chasing her down and like even going up to her balcony to like, do the deed. And it's like, bruh, like no. No. There's a lot of creepy like Spanish music. That you start to wonder, are we the problem? Are we the problem? Ah, si yo me quedo aquí, lloverá, seré tuya. I kind of like how I just have this thing like very spiky like. Oh wait, I can do like a yo 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 yo. Okay, okay, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm cooking right now. I'm cooking. Spiky ball gag. Spiky ball gag. I got that. Maybe, maybe. We actually do like a guide here. Yeah, because doing like that, maybe like something like that. Yeah, that way I get like a nice idea of the perspective. 'Cause then it'll start looking very wonky. So hmm, maybe. Nah, I feel like it's too much. I feel like it needs to do like a nice contrast. Bum, 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 bum. Also, peeps, we are gonna be doing some gaming on Friday with the very good and awesome streamer who is right now streaming some Silent Hill 3. Uh Ava has fallen. Let me give them a shout out. Shout out Ava has fallen. Yeah, so go check them out. They're awesome. Oh wait. Channel you are shouting out does not exist? Holy fuck, what the hell? Okay, wait a minute. Shout. Okay. Then wait, what's the then what's the wait, what's the thing though? Ava has fallen. Yeah, Ava has fallen. What the hell? Bruh, I am sleeping. Not a good idea. Hold up. Are you doing anything tomorrow at 2 p.m.? Ugh, damn. Everybody wants me now. Everybody like wants to like meet up with me now. Okay, let me see here. Hold up. I'm gonna shout Ava up. I gotta shout them out. I just need to like figure this shit out. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Are they still streaming? Are they still streaming? What is this person having a mental breakdown right now? That's so weird. That is so oh no, that's cringe. That looks cringe. Okay. Ava. Oh, VT. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, now we got it. Now we got it. Shout out. Ava has fallen VT. Oop. There we go. Go give them a follow. They're awesome. They do. I haven't seen they do art, but I haven't seen them do art on Twitch, so I don't know. But I think they do art sometimes. But they do a lot of gaming, so uh, mostly a lot of horror games. So go give them a follow. Let's see here. I still have my Pride playlist. Also, that reminds me, peeps. You guys can put any song you want on the playlist. Just hit like SR exclamation mark SR exclamation space and a YouTube link, and then yeah, you'll put your song in the queue. Better stick the nine. Okay, put like a dark line around here. Okay. Yeah. So I'm making sure I'm using like a thicker line when we get to like the darker part because I'm trying to like watch out with what is called line weight. And the thing with line weight is that it really depends on what you're using it for. So like line weight is normally used for when you're either showing direction of light, like how I'm doing right now with like a droplet where like the light is coming from above, and so the darker part right here is going to be like a thicker line. Sometimes it's also used to show approximation, where things that are closer, so maybe like you're drawing teeth, for example, things that are closer would tend to have like thinner lines, and to a point where like sometimes the line disappears. Um, but if it's something like very far away, so maybe like a hand getting closer and getting farther away from the body, right? Um, we can make like the hand have like a thicker line to show that like approximation. And also like line weight a lot of the time is also used to show some focus in your art, right? So yeah. Uh you gotta like think about line weight sometimes, depending on the art that you're using, but you can also use line weight for stuff that you're trying to make look 3D in a painting. Like for example, using the shadows, right? Maybe you have like a little shadow line in the bottom. You want to make that thicker. So yeah. So shadows is very, very like line weight is very important. Right now I'm just like adding some extra stuff here to it. Right now, I'm just adding a little bit of line there because that's where like the highlight is gonna be. So I wanted to have that nice contrast. Okay. See this. I'm just like fixing these lines because when scaling it up, it just like started to blur up. Um, and that's because I use bilinear when I scaled it up, like when I was the selection tool or like that transform tool. Uh, yeah, I had like bilinear, which if you scale it up a lot, it'll start blurring it out. But if you use something like nearest neighbor, it'll be crisper, but it'll be way too crisp to the point where it's gonna be very pixelated. So if you're trying to like scale up some pixel art here on Procreate, best thing you can do is just to select it, choose nearest neighbor, and you'll just you'll be able to do that to just choose that to like scale it up, without any issues. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, there we go. Do like a dark highlight just for like extra effect. Ba-da. Okay. Damn, I gotta watch the new Da 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 movie that came out. I wonder if they're gonna like put it on Netflix. Yeah, I know I'm gonna watch the Stitch movie this Saturday because my girlfriend is waiting for the theater to like empty out first before going there. Mm, let's erase this one. Ooh, Shadow the Hedgehog music. I should play Shadow the Hedgehog here. Is that again that y'all want me to see me play? I feel like I love the aesthetic of Shadow the Hedgehog because it's it's kind of like that emo section of back in the 2000s. And when I say like emo section, it's kind of like the what's it? Oh, he was actually doing art. Nice. Gotta check them out later. It's kind of like that thing. Like how to explain it? So back in the 2000s, right? there was this kind of like movement which, it went with the times of the early 2000s being this kind of like uh first being this very optimistic time in our history with the new millennia and with new tech, but then coming in with the sudden realization of you know like the sudden tragedy of stuff like 9/11, which we people joke around about it, but even I do some jokes here and there. But the thing with 9/11 is that it really like brought people back down to earth with like the tragedy of everything happening here, like everywhere, to the point where um it started this kind of air of like negativity and pessimism in a way that we kind of see later on down the line in like mid 2000s to like late 2000s, uh which we've had goth culture before, and punk, but here it's like we started getting stuff like emo and stuff like other types of like subcultures, like alternative subcultures, and yeah, you know and we have bands such as um Evanescence, Linkin Park, all that. And then like I see something like Shadow the Hedgehog where it goes in with that like grungy music. The environments are also, especially the first level, which is like a very like big city metropolis, that's like being destroyed, but even with like taking away the destruction, you can see like the dour uh air around it, right? Like the red sky, the red purplish sky, but like the golden, dirty gold, and gray buildings, kind of like creating that like nice contrast. And it's also another uh another piece of media that also I would say like also has that type of like vibe would also be the series The Batman, which it's an animated series, but no, it's not the Batman animated series, but which but the thing is that that what the fuck? Network interrupted? What do you mean? What do you mean network interrupted? What the fuck? Hold up, hold up. Air server, I paid good money for you. Like, I understand I only paid once. You're not a subscription service, but you don't have to be an ass. Um, but yeah, going back, um, if you think about it, the like Batman the animated series was kind of like this starting point for that kind of aesthetic in a way, because if you look at stuff like that in the series, like if you look at the series, like the scenes at night, the golden buildings and everything, the red sky, all of that is stuff that we talked about before with Shadow the Hedgehog. And so we're kind of like, so in a way, we have that kind of like resurfacing back, but like in the mid 2000s. Um, and it's so weird how like I talk to people about it and ask them like, "Hey, why so much emphasis on like, dark grungy city life?" I don't know. But yeah, like there was a lot of things going on back then. Yeah. Um yeah, it's like it's so interesting. But yeah, like the Batman series, uh it's a perfect example of this. And I mentioned this numerous times on stream, like the series and how It's so interesting how they make grungy and dark so childlike and so colorful. Um, and it's so hard to really have to really use color uh in nighttime, you know? And that was also very hard for so many other artists back in the day. Um with later on artists like Van Gogh and Monet, but primarily Van Gogh, who looked at the sky and said, "Hey, wait a minute. Um, let me use blue to actually represent the night sky, right?" Oof, neck. But yeah, like back then, nobody would do it because the thing with color, and we gotta talk a little bit about science here. Color is we can only see color when there's light because color is just a refraction of the different like the chromatic or what it's called the just okay, let's look at it this way. So light what light does is that it emits different beams of light. It creates different colored beams like a rainbow, right? And so those beams bounce off out of objects. So like right, so you have like a beam of light going straight to, for example, an apple, and every other color is going to bounce out of the apple, right? X no, no, no. On the contrary, every color is going to be absorbed by the apple. The only color that is not going to be absorbed is its own local color. You know, normally when we think of an apple is red, right? So the apple is going to absorb every other color except for red. So red, what it's going to do is it's going to go towards the apple, bounce out of the apple, and then go straight to our eyes, and that's how we look at color, right? Same with grapes, where grapes we see that gray, right, like it's absorbing every other color except for purple. So purple bounces back. So that's how color works. And it's very important for people to understand how color works because then we look at the primary colors, right? And funny enough, there's like three different primary colors. So we all know the classic red, blue, and yellow, right? That's what some people would call the primary colors in art. But it's kind that statement is kind of weird though, because in actuality, primary colors specifically for like stuff like printing are actually CMYK. That's how light works better. Um, and then we have like the primary colors on screens, which we mentioned this before, which are red, green, red, blue, and green, RGB, right? So yeah. So and also you're gonna see these types of different primary colors in art drawing programs because drawing programs like Procreate, uh, Photoshop, so they have different file types, like type color types. So you can actually like if we go, for example, so let's say we go here, create a new canvas, right? And we can go here to like color profile, right? Color profile. And here you can see that we got on the right, we got RGB, and on the left, we got CMYK. The K is just black, right? And the thing with black and white is that they're not colors. So, yes, so when you're doing stuff like stickers or you're doing prints, you're doing something for printing, you want to be using CMYK. You might say, Chomar, but you're using RGB for stickers. And that would be like, so, but not like I use it because the some of the websites that I use I don't really see a difference. And actually, I see the colors like way more impactful using RGB. So that's just a me thing. But if you want to be more accurate with your printing colors, CMYK is your best friend. Now, if you're just doing digital media, RGB is your the best thing you can use for that. Um, you're gonna see a bunch of different ones. I gotta be honest, I don't know any of these other things. I just use the basic one that I get right when I start a new canvas. Same with CMYK. Like, yeah, I don't know any of these things. Ad is coming in, but yeah, and we can talk about a lot about color theory, but it's a whole thing. Like I can spend an entire stream on it, and I wouldn't be finished. I'm not saying anything because I don't want to talk in the middle, like the ad coming in. Ad start. God damn it. I can probably do like the whole thing here. Hold up. Nah, kind of like it this way. The fuck? That starts in 0 seconds. But what the fuck? Has the ad started? Or what? So weird. Hmm. Pre-roll ads are disabled for 11 minutes. Okay, okay. Okay, now it started. So weird. Change the song. Nah, nah. Sure thing. I haven't seen anything about Little Nas X. Like, it's been a hot minute since I've heard anything about him. Like, seriously, is he dead? I know he got a big ass backlash with his like Montero album from a lot of conservatives. So I don't know. I remember in college when that thing came out, it was fucking amazing. I remember I just woke up and then the first thing I see, it's like, oh, Little Nas X new video popping out and trending, and I'm like, oh, okay, let me try it out. Let me see what it's about. And then like the fucking best thing I've ever seen. Boom. It was like so beautiful. Oh. It's funny how he managed to get Miley Cyrus and then Billy Ray Cyrus, which then later on Billy Ray Cyrus ended up being kind of sus, but oh well. Gang, big story. Oh. Okay. Two. Here. Another thing I could talk about. Oh yeah, I was also talking about how Van Gogh. We talked about how Van Gogh uses, blues and cool colors to represent night. That's another thing about color theory. Temperature. Temperature helps out with like the feeling of the piece. Um, and so using something like uh blue and also greens to represent night, it's that's a very smart way to use it because normally when we see the night time, we think about it as like a very cool time of day, temperature wise, we think about it as cool. So normally you will use cool colors for it instead of like in the daytime when we would probably, think about warm colors. Even though we see a lot of greens, those greens have a lot of yellows, those greens have a lot of browns, oranges, etc., etc. Um, but yeah, like it's yeah, temperature is a very very important thing. And actually, I'm gonna recommend a book. I can't recommend it enough. Painting with light book. See if that works. Shoot. Color and Light. That's the name of the book. Color and Light. Color and Light is a book. Shoot, I cannot find a bigger image, but oh, fuck it. Here we go. Let me share it. So yeah, Color and Light. This is an amazing, amazing book. I strongly recommend this. This is like the Bible for learning color theory. So this was actually created by or written by the creator of Dinotopia. And by the way, which his name is James Gurney. Now, by the way, he has a YouTube channel. So if you want to learn a lot more uh about color painting light from an actual master, uh and also want to have something in the background, feel free, you know. But yeah, like he does some amazing, amazing work. And what he does, his videos would normally be like him painting like the most mundane thing. Um, like for example, here he's painting with gouache, and it's just the back of like a shed or something, right? And I love his setup. Like, look at his setup. It's just a small sketchbook, right? Let me see if I can like make this smaller. Smaller. But yeah, yeah, you can see the way that he just blocks in everything with like dark colors. Um, and and you can see that he like stains the page, most of the page a little bit with some watered down like orange. So that's a technique called a an underpainting, where what it will do is when you do a full wash of a color in the whole page, that color is going to be present throughout all the other colors. So in those areas where the color is a little bit more transparent, or the color starts to dry up on the brush, and you're gonna see like little like spats and little like droplets. Um, it's gonna go through that. But yeah, let me see if I can find it. I actually met him uh when I was in Lightbox. This is like my one of my favorites. Let me see. Yeah, like he has people coming by. That's the thing. Like this guy just like goes and walks around with his wife and just like starts to paint and draw anything around it, anything around them, right? And they bring up like all their supplies. Um, I know the wife, she does paint, but most of the time that I've seen them together, she's always done like sketching and doodling while he does like full on painting. But here you can see that he's taken into account the temperature, like the time of day, the weather as well. Thank you, Spongy. Thank you. But yeah, he's taking into account all those things because not only in the nighttime do we use cool colors, but we also use cool colors for cloudy or rainy days, right? So here you can see how he just works a lot with these greens. Now you're seeing that the yellow, he's actually mixing it with a little bit of black to make a green, and also orange. Because yeah, like it's he's doing like the mixture and like the floor there. Yeah, James Gurney, amazing, amazing guy. He's super, super chill as well. I remember when I met him the first time in person, I literally just like started bowing to him, like, I know, cringe, but he deserved it because he's cool as fuck. And just like look at the ending result, and then he comes in with like fucking a pen and starts like lining up some areas. And you see that he doesn't really like go super detail with stuff. Like, sure, maybe the letters, but um he's very, very like loose with his stuff. You're gonna see that in the background it's only like that little bit of underpainting. Now he's starting to paint it. I would have probably like just left it like that, just watered down really, and not done like a lot of detail. But he's working with contrast, doing little details here and there. So yeah, because really the focus here is that, like, the store. Uh, thank you. I would laugh at myself too. Oh, you can see how the difference in color here, right? So he's painting it like if it was like later in the day, right? But in actuality, you're gonna see that this has a bunch of like yellows and beiges, right? Oh, I didn't hear the knock. I did hear a little bit, but I didn't hear it. I think because I was talking. But you're gonna see a lot of yellows, a lot of beiges. But then he's doing it in another time of day, like later in the daytime. So you're gonna see that he makes it more purplish, a little bit more neutral. We got like some more detail, like he's doing the reflection. Yeah, like this is definitely like in like a rainy day, probably. And like extra detail because he's so extra, man. He is amazing. He is amazing. Yeah, color theory is just an art by itself. Like learning and teaching it. I've tried teaching color theory, and it is hella difficult. Carth Cartathea comes out today, baby. The fuck is that? Fuck is that? Search. What is that? Is that another Gooner game? Spongy? Is that another Gooner game for you? It looks like it. It looks like it. Damn, Spongy. You giving us you giving oh wow. Okay. I see why. I see why you're so excited, Spongy. Look at this. Look at this. Feet, feet, right? Feet. Oh no, glasses? Holy shit. Hehe. Yeah, we know your shit. We know your shit. How you doing, Spongy? It's been a while. feels like I haven't streamed in so long. God damn. But I would honestly not change it. Like I was uh collaborating kind of with another streamer yesterday playing some Mario Kart World. Which I do want to play on stream at some point, even though that I unlocked almost everything. All I need to unlock are the characters, but yeah. He kicked my ass, bro. You kicked your own ass. Bro, I showed my girlfriend like the clips, like your the VOD. It was she laughed her ass out. Especially when you started to like rage, because she tells me that that's literally her raging. I don't know if your husband is like the chill dude and you're like the very upbeat guy. Is that true? Is that it? Excited, but I have to wait until 11 my time. Are you gonna download it? No way, you got the Switch too. I'm sorry, Spongy. I'm sorry. I know you're a hater, but I got it. I woke up super early and I got it. Just joking. You're not a hater. He can be chill, but he's also a goblin. Okay, okay. Yeah. I don't know. It just feels like the contrast. I don't know. I'm just picturing him like being like the chill out dude, and then you like the tiny twin goblin. You betrayed me, although the soundtrack in is immaculate, dude. Like I almost cried on Mario Kart World, or what? Like I don't judge you if you cried for Mario Kart World, dude. Yes, dude. Okay. I gotta fix that about myself. I'm playing so many games, but then like I have Twitch in the back, and it's like I don't listen to any. So it's like, bruh, I need to get more cultured. But yeah, like it's a bunch of like renditions and stuff too. Oh my god. It's like Spongy comes in and it's like all the flood works of people coming in. Hey Pseudo. How you doing? Mario Kart World OST is the best Mario Kart music ever. Okay, we can we add some OST to the queue for a bit? I love to listen to it. Sleepy, I'm at 90% on my Unreal Engine build right now. How is that going? I haven't heard a lot about it. Um, like about your Truck-kun game. Like it's been a hot minute since I've heard about it, dude. Mm, what's the command? Exclamation mark SR space, and then you put the YouTube link. I started to build at around like 10, 11 a.m. yesterday. It's finally at 90. Nice. I can't wait. Oh wow, they put Coconut Mall. Can you put the spooky one? I want to see what they put for the spooky one. I know for the spooky one, they actually had, and this might be a little bit of a spoiler, but for the spooky one of the missions is actually a tribute to us. I think it's called Ghost Bay, which is an old track from back in the day. I think from the Game Boy Advance era. I'm not sure. But yeah, we're talking about like color theory and stuff. Yeah, and I've actually like I've tested out some games with the Switch 2. Some of my faves. Nice. Can you also put the spooky one, like the Boo Theater? been building the map for 31 hours, bro. Take a break. Yeah, no, take a break. Like, drink something from your bottomless pit of alcohol closet. I'm exaggerating, obviously. It's so funny. I'm waiting on the map to finish building. Oh shit. You're just waiting for the rendering then. Something like that. It's been going for about 31 hours. God damn. I can't do anything on the game while it's building. Yeah, no. At that point, I would just, I don't know, maybe work on other stuff. The thing is that, like, since you don't draw, like, that would have been amazing time use for, like, doing other stuff, like, maybe, like, drawing up some more concepts and stuff. Because normally when I would, like, render stuff out, I would probably do other things, like working on other things. So, because I like multitasking a little bit. Also, let me give out some shout outs here because let me shout out some what's his face? Gargreth. Forgot your name for a sec there. Go follow Gargreth. He's amazing. He's awesome. He's another artist slash gamer. He does a lot of gaming. So they have a cool VTuber. And then let me give you a shout out as well. I'm gonna give you the regular shout out though, pseudo. Because yeah. Um the pseudo kid. There we go. Go follow pseudo as well. He's currently building his own game right now. So go try it out. And Spongy is not a streamer, but he's cool nonetheless. Yeah, right now I'm just like cleaning up this like line art. Bruh. Yeah. Oh, it's so orchestrated. It's so good. Uh, damn. If only they can make a Mario Galaxy 3. I feel like eventually they're gonna do it. I don't know. It just feels like it. But maybe not. Also, has anybody seen the new iOS 26? It's so funny how they went from 18 to 26. But I love how they're kind of bringing back Fruitigo Arrow. That's gonna be fun. I've been trying to keep myself busy, and I'm not really. It's not really working. You'll get it. You'll get it. You just find. You have to find your way. Maybe. I don't know. Grab a crayon, draw something, or I don't know. Sew while something is loading. I don't know. Try different things. BRB really fast. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, like sometimes when I'm just waiting, it's like Yeah, I was saying like maybe like grab a crayon, draw, or while it's loading or something, or I don't know, take a break. You know, maybe experiment with your potions and motions and I don't know what else. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. I have a needs to work on something. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I have no idea. I've heard of this one. It's the motion of the ocean. Hell yeah. I actually had a roommate called Ocean one time. Let me see. Oh no, now this thing looks wonky. Hold the phone. Let's see. It's gonna shoot. It's gonna a little bit skewed. Yeah, like that. Let me actually flip the canvas. I think that's fine. Maybe I'm coping. I'm chilling in your voice chat by the way, if you want to chat. Yeah, sure. Peeps, if anybody wants to just chat, feel free. But only in the Discord. Let me see. General. Whoa. Why? It's so weird. It's hmm, my the sound kind of like does a weird glitch thing.
Hmm?
Yeah, I don't know. It just
Sound
like
fine to me.
it's something. I don't know. It just like did it for a split second. I don't know if it's like the CPU or something, or I don't know. Because I know it was
Oh,
happening when I was
possible.
like, yeah, because I know it was happening when I was like uh doing stuff in Blender. Let me see if I can like turn on Discord, say something.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you're on Discord. Cool.
Hell yeah.
Let's see here. They went all out with the jazz fusion slash big band on this, and I'm in love. Yeah, no, like the sound is so fucking good. The sound for the game. Yeah, how you doing, Pseudo? Whoa,
Mm. Hmm? What? Sorry.
watching stream. Whoa, okay. I heard it again. I think I need to like restart
Hmm?
this the computer when I finish stream. Ooh, oh
Oh,
wow.
it's possible.
Holy shit. So
90%.
so you're rendering it like right? Like you're it's just rendering?
No.
No.
It's computing lights. It's
Oh,
baking the lights and the visibilities.
interesting.
And I'm at 31 hours.
Oh boy.
Because I started it yesterday at like 11 a.m. It is 6 p.m. today.
My god. God damn.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I don't normally go like too heavy on my stuff. Like, um like for example, Blender. I don't like using cycles, even though that's gonna make things way more like pretty high def and stuff, more realistic. Um
Yeah,
yeah,
but the difference is that you have choice and I don't.
I kinda don't. I kinda don't, because like I don't have choice because of time, first of all, and second of all, it's like I was using an old file of Blender that was using cycles to do like a sticker layout, and the problem with it is that it just like it does the same thing that I was saying about the sound. Like it just like glitches something. I don't know if it's like because like it's using CPU or something power that it's just like glitching out something, which is weird. And I don't know why it's doing it with a Discord call as well.
It's just CPU usage.
Mm, maybe like a restart might help.
It's possible.
Yeah, I just hope it does. It's nothing too bad.
It's just probably something's using heavy CPU.
Mm,
It's usually what it boils down to.
okay, hold the fucking phone. Underground theme, but Latin guitar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the music that I have on
One sec.
stream.
One sec.
Holy shit. The bells are ringing. Oh my god. That was beautiful. Ah yes, guys. 3D talk I definitely understand there and relate to. Soon,
Sorry about
Spongy,
that.
soon. Yeah, no, we were
Fire alarms are fun.
you're what?
My building fire alarm keeps going off.
Oh really? Holy shit. I remember when the fire alarm in my college would always go off.
It's what it is.
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum.
I think I can hear the sirens.
My sirens or your sirens?
Sirens on my side.
Okay. Yeah, if you hear mine,
Yeah, I think the fire truck's pulling up to my building.
oh no, I hear it. So you've just been looking at a screen this entire time?
No, I can minimize it and go do other things. It's
Okay.
just I can't work on the game because if I gotta build anything, I have
Yeah.
to I have to stop the building. I have to cancel my build.
But then like
Um,
this is for your truck tune game, right?
yeah.
Holy shit. So you're going all out with lighting.
What?
You're going all
No,
out
I
with
have one light.
no, that's what I mean. Like you're going all out with all this like light, shadow, like going very realistic with it.
No, I'm gonna have to build this again in the future. This is just a test.
Oh, okay. Just a test. Just a test. That's some
Yeah.
test.
Hey, it takes about 30 to 40 minutes to get 1%.
My god. Well, that's kind of like me with cycles though. That's why I don't use it because I don't like, you know, uh wasting a lot of time with it. In your case, you don't have that choice, unfortunately.
No.
No.
This might be the only way this level actually works.
Damn. Poor soul.
Yeah, because sorry.
Poor soul.
Yeah, right now this level runs at like, if I'm lucky, it runs at 30 FPS.
Okay.
And there's nothing in it except for static meshes.
Okay.
And I can't figure out what I can't really figure out what is causing it to perform so absolutely horrendously bad.
Hmm. can't be code, right?
Yeah, because there's nothing in the world.
Yeah.
Like literally.
So
Not
weird.
figuratively, literally there's nothing going on. There's
Yeah.
no there's no AI, there's no vehicle, there's no nothing.
Yeah, it's
You
just
drop a
mesh.
third person character and you can walk around an entirely static city.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see
But it
here.
performs absolutely horrendously bad.
Oh damn. It could be like maybe did you put the road generator that you were working on?
Nope. These are just static tiles.
Okay, then
Everything is static.
mm,
Nothing's generated at runtime. Everything's static. Tick is turned off on everything.
that's so weird.
It should run well, but it doesn't.
It should, it should. Mm. Uh Too Clean, howdy. It's been a while. How you doing? I love how how your goblin is looking by the way.
Ooh, Too Clean has a goblin.
The what?
Said, ooh, Too Clean has a goblin.
Yeah, yeah. He's working on a goblin.
I think I see the goblin.
The Oh fuck, I'm raising the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Just did more eyes today. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I can't wait. I kind of like your derpy eyes though. It's me and Peeps. Nice. Welcome, Gargrith. Oh my god, the siren. Uh, I'm not a 2D guy, so it's new for me. Don't worry, dude. Like, just play around with it. Have fun with it, you know? Like, there's a lot of peeps that a lot of 3D peeps that are not 2D peeps, and you know, it's you just keep working on it, which I
I
actually
can't
was uh
2D, but I can kind of 3D.
I actually was so surprised when just knowing about a lot of 3D peeps not knowing 2D, because there's so many artists that are super good on 3D, but then when it comes to 2D, they're like they evaded like the plague.
Yeah. Well, it's a very different medium.
Yeah.
I'm not good at either, so
Let's see here. I'm not a 2D guy, so it's new for me. Okay. I'm basically learning to draw by texture painting. Okay, that's always interesting. I love
not a bad way to go.
Yeah, I love doing like a bunch of like texture painting because especially when you're actually doing texture, because you can just go crazy with it and do just like a lot of random stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, especially when I do like dirty areas, like dirty environments. Like when I did the spring trap, which you can see in my Instagram. Yeah, like I you can see like all the dirtied up walls and stuff. Um
Let's take a look at your Instagram. I don't
yeah,
think I've seen this.
it's pinned to the beginning, to the start.
Is
One
it a
thing,
real?
yeah, yeah, it's a real.
No, I'm not signed in.
Only thing I would say I would have done differently there would be like actually adding a texture, like an original texture to the floor, but at that point I was like so tired that I wanted to like
Making me log into my Instagram.
I was so tired. I wanted to like finish get it over with already. But now I use Uku Paint, so it's easier to use.
You use what?
Uku Paint. It's the program that I use to paint on models. I know Voxiv uses it a lot.
I just use Substance.
Yeah, but for us cheap hoes, we use Uku Paint. Let's see. Spongy back. Welcome. Too clean. Love Uku Paint. I love Uku Paint. Same. Like when I was working with a model, with a VTuber model, I was using a plugin for a sprite connecting to Blender, but then I was like, I later started using Uku Paint with like a small image size, and I'm like, hold on a minute. I could have done this. I could have done this from the beginning. But it the thing with Uku Paint though is that it goes so far because this is the thing. I use a separate Wacom tablet, and I've used that for so many like years already. But the problem is that it's still hard for me to work with it. So I still want to get uh like a monitor tablet, like a touch screen monitor tablet.
Oh, I had to get rid of mine.
God damn, man. Wait, we talked about this before, didn't we?
Yeah, maybe. I do not like having a screen tablet.
Bruh, I'm the opposite. I always work like right now my iPad. Like I work with iPad and I love it. I love working with it.
When did I already sent it? I already sent it down to an illustrator in the
Damn.
States.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like I'm gonna see. I really want to like get into like not only you know this whole thing about like doing like selling stuff just for selling, but I also wanted it because like I want to like start earning some like extra cash on the side so I can like get some of that stuff like a business expense. But yeah,
Fansly. Only
Fansly,
fans.
nah man, I ain't got the body nor the uwu for Fansly. That's a you thing. Gargeth, you remind me of this VTuber that I found on TikTok. It's so funny. There's this guy. He has like furry ears, and yeah, but I don't know their name. But I saw a video today, like a TikTok of them saying that they finally got a house and now they can like do their fansly as loud as they want without their like dad listening. Because it's so funny. They would
That's
they
awkward.
yeah, they would do all their like fancily stuff in their room, right? And no judgment there, but it's like the person would scream very loudly and they still live with their dad. So like imagine they're doing like fancily stuff or kind of OnlyFans kind of stuff, and then like the dad is like outside just listening to like the moans and the everything.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I know.
Feel bad for the dad.
Now we don't, because now they have their own place. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, but the dad still had to listen to it.
Well, such is life. But yeah, but it's so funny. I don't know. It's the upbeat vibe. That reminds me of you, Gargrith. Uh, Feet pics, nah, man. My feet are horrendous. Or I wouldn't say they're horrendous. They're just so.
Their feet.
They're just feet. They're just feet. Honestly. I'm just seeing what you are working on. Now you're seeing what I'm working on. Yeah, it's like a male
What is
symbol.
this?
So it's a male symbol, right? But it's like a devil, because spooky vibe. But it has a ball gag on the part where the hole is in the male symbol.
I'm
I don't
so
know.
confused.
Yeah, yeah, because I was doing some pride stickers. Like,
Mm.
let me show you. I was doing stickers like this. Let me see here. Allow. Thanks. I take that as a huge compliment. Of course you would. Oh, I thought it was a butt plug with a ball gag for some reason.
I
It looks
totally
like it.
thought that it was a butt plug as well.
That it looks like that too. It's funny. I want a stick of the ball for my car. Nice. Oh, I want a sticker of the ball for my car. Okay, okay. Yeah, I not only did I do this, this kind of like period sticker, but I also did a, I'm gonna call it eggplant beads, that I did in Blender. Uh, yeah. Can I show this on Twitch? Hopefully, I don't get banned. But
No,
yeah,
that looks fine. That looks
yeah,
Twitch appropriate.
yeah. The big brain move that I loved about this thing was the pull cord that I did, and like in the top part of the, like the stem for the eggplant, because it was just gonna be like a normal stem, but I said nah, let's make it even weirder. Let's actually put the pulling part,
I
and
don't think
yeah,
you're showing us that.
you're not. It's on stream.
I see an image of your character.
What do you mean?
Now I see the
Oh, because
the
you're delayed.
eggplant. I'm that delayed. That's crazy delay.
Yeah. I was just about to ask that. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was like a big brain, but I did that on Blender. Typed as ball because Twitch blocks ball gag. Yeah, I had allowed it though. That's why I have like 18 plus right now. Um. I say now, but my streams were always 18 plus. I didn't see
I
the
don't
pull
even know
loop.
if I have the 18 plus on my streams.
I think you're fine because I don't know. It's I just put it just in case. I didn't see the pull loop. Oh my god, the beads have transcended. Yes. Yeah, no, like the pull loop. I added that later on in Blender.
Sorry. Mm, I ended up having a second dark and stormy yesterday.
Oh my,
Uh,
you showed us.
car.
Oh,
No, but I had two of them.
oh no.
I
That's
still
gonna
love.
it's gonna be a
Sorry.
hurricane. It's gonna be a hurricane now. Get it? 'Cause it's dark and
Mm,
stormy.
yeah. Uh, Gar's Gar's response to my first dark and stormy
Yeah.
is effectively that's a lot of rum.
Oh my god. If these don't exist, you would make a killing selling these in real life. Honest, well, that's gonna be weird though. Imagine just like putting an eggplant like that and just like the eggplant out like that, but who knows? Who knows? I would probably have to quit my job first though, but yeah. Um the fuck is this thing? Oh my fucking god.
Do you have to how do you get these printed? Do you like just have a service that you would use for that, or is this
Yeah,
like
yeah, I use the what's it called? The sticker app, but I'm gonna see if they're gonna let me print these cuz I don't know if they have like a anti NSFW kind of deal on the contract.
I
So
don't think any of these really count as hentai or
it's-
really all that NSFW to be honest.
you never know, dude. That wasn't a dark and stormy, that was a damn hurricane. Yeah. People be horny and have money. That's true. I've seen so many like, furry like for example the furries. Like there's so many like professional people that are furries and they're just like they just pay for anything.
I have one friend that does streams and he makes furry characters constantly.
Nice.
Yeah, he just does commissions for people
Yeah,
like nonstop.
I had like an acquaintance back in college and they told me that they would do like a lot of uh furry like sussy furry art and just safe for work fur yard for commissions, and they would get like bank. So who knows? But it's something that like it's weird because like yes, you're seeing me doing these like you know NSFW looking stuff, but in reality, I'm still kind of like scared into going into that like arena. Uh,
Into the arena,
yeah, into
taste the rainbow.
yes, the Taste the Rainbow arena. Yeah, it's
Be
risky.
a skittle.
But yeah, no, it would be risky though. Even though that it's like my private life, even so, like you know, it's so risky. It's so risky.
I don't see how, but okay.
Have I ever told you what my job is?
Aren't you a teacher?
Yeah, I even so, like I would still be scared shitless if somebody comes in and like sees this and they're some like they talk to the headmaster and it would be like, bro, what the fuck?
Don't attach your real name to it.
Well, yeah, but the, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. Um,
Somebody knows.
probably everybody knows. Well, not, they don't know anything because I don't talk about my streams on in my work. But
You've solved the problem.
yeah, yeah, that's true. Still,
Doesn't matter if they see it. It matters if they can connect it to you.
hopefully that doesn't happen. But because it did actually happen to like another teacher, where the students found out their socials and then they bullied him out of the school. And he was a religion teacher, and it wasn't that like he was doing anything weird or anything. It was just like a normal like account. They just like kept messing with him until he like was fed up and just left.
That's just mean.
Yeah, that's a tough group though. Thankfully I never gave them class. I never like teach them, so thank God. Let's see. How about horny, less money? No, damn. That would be that's just called being a gooner at that point. Uh, I don't have shame. I'd bully me with the kids. Yeah, I would bully myself too. Sometimes I just like burn them to filth because I don't care. Like, like I don't say a lot of things, but I have a certain look. I have a certain like you know look when I see like their work or their the stuff that they're doing, and I'm like I'm not gonna judge. I'm like my voice is not gonna judge, but my face will. So yeah,
I was thinking about building a little small app,
a little small
but then
app.
then I looked at the price to build it, and I was just like, oh, this is way too expensive to make it functional.
Mm.
Like I
How
could kind of get away with doing it for free,
but how
or like
so?
to, uh, because X is expensive.
Okay, like the
Like,
social media.
yeah,
We call it Twitter in this house, brother.
okay, Twitter is expensive.
You're playing Twitter. What's it? Was it Twitter Blue or whatever? Or what's it
What?
called? You're paying for X or Twitter?
No, if I want to make the app, you the Twitter API is really expensive to use.
Oh, so you're saying oh, okay.
So there's a free tier, and the free tier allows you to post,
Okay.
but that's it. You can post 100 things through the free tier API every month.
Oh, every month. God damn.
Yeah. So you can do 100 posts Like just literally, here's content, send it to the server,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
That's it. You can do that 100 times in every month with the free tier. If you actually want to retrieve data from it, like be like, oh hey, like, can you go take a look at what would be my notifications effectively,
Bruh.
or anything like that? That's $5,000 a month.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I would not. I don't know.
It's a bit ridiculous, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It feels off.
That it's $5,000 a month to retrieve data from Twitter.
Yeah, because that's like a fucking rent here. Or no,
uh, keep in mind that that's the starting price.
that's
It does
fucking
get more expensive than that.
it's fucking bullshit. Not in the sense that like you're lying. I'm saying like fucking preposterous. Saying it in a more fancy way.
I worked for a company, and I think we cleared over $100,000 on Twitter API every month.
Bro, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. No wonder a lot of companies are just leaving Twitter.
What do you mean?
Hmm. Well,
That is not true.
I know, they're still there, but I don't know, like, yeah.
Twitter doesn't have a replacement.
That's what I'm hearing a lot these days that like, um, that Blue Sky's not really like working, or a lot of
It was
people are
never
still
going
are
to.
or what?
It was never going to.
Damn,
That's what.
I
it's,
know.
it's it's true.
Yeah, but I still post just in case.
It's a failing platform. It was always going to.
Yeah,
Um, the issue. So like, the thing about Twitter is that the Twitter. So when Twitter first came out, it was kind of like a revolutionary idea
okay,
in some senses, as in like there wasn't anything on the market doing what Twitter was doing, right?
okay, yeah,
So you can kind of look at it and being like, that's kind of revolutionary,
yeah,
right? And then it was also a much harder problem to solve when it first came out.
really,
Oh yeah, yeah, because it cost a lot more money to host servers and scale infrastructure back in the day,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah,
To reproduce Twitter right this moment, like to rebuild Twitter from the ground up, it can be done reasonably, cost efficiently in like 2 weeks.
really,
Like I could sit down and I could actually build the all of the backend to make a Twitter clone in a weekend,
mm,
right? Like Twitter is not a hard problem to solve. It is stupid easy to solve, right?
okay,
I could have video and text, video, text, and image all working in a weekend. The
and
hardest part for me is going to be the front end because I'm really bad at front end um, development.
yeah,
So that might take me a bit longer. So like it might take me a month in total,
damn,
just because I'm really slow with front end. But yeah,
okay,
no, it's a very easy problem to solve. So if it's a very easy, so because it's a very easy problem to solve, right?
mm-hmm.
And it's cheap to host, right? Like obviously the bigger, the more scale you have, the more expensive it's going to be because you need more servers, right?
Yeah,
So your costs go up. Um, but as a whole, right? Like Twitter is cheap to reproduce,
mm-hmm.
and and you're not innovating, and it's easy to build. So it's easy to build and cheap to reproduce.
Mm-hmm.
So why have they not been supplanted? because they don't have a competitive advantage, right?
Yeah.
They don't have like anything that they are particularly amazing at, right? So they don't
Yeah.
have any competitive advantage, but they
Mhm.
have a moat,
A moat?
and their moat is equivalent to the Coca-Cola moat.
Mm.
Because so Coca-Cola is more expensive to effectively like reproduce.
Mhm.
Is harder to reproduce because they also have the bottling and canning infrastructure, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But you can lease that from them. But the reason that you can't dethrone Coke isn't because of the infrastructure they have. It's because people go out and buy Coke specifically.
Because they know about the brand.
Well, it's brand loyalty, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the reason why Twitter can't be dethroned isn't because it is an amazing product. And
Mhm.
it isn't because it cannot very easily be reproduced and replaced. It is because it has the users.
That is true. That is true.
Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so if you cannot replicate the user count of a Twitter,
Yeah.
you will never be able to supplant Twitter.
Yeah.
And the problem is that nobody's been able to put some like Facebook kind of tried with Threads, I think it was. I think that's what they call it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
which yeah,
But they fucked it up by blocking a bunch of content types that would have allowed them to potentially supplant
Mhm.
Twitter.
Yeah.
So they blocked it, and they were much more heavy-handed on some of their blocks or something like that, right? Like it's the political bullshit stuff didn't work on that platform. It was like getting banned or blocked, or people were getting in trouble for it or something like that.
Yeah, and also like other, other stuff that, uh Twitter normally lets people do.
Mhm. Yeah. So
Because
it's just like
they basically made a Twitter like a religious Twitter in a way, like very like high and mighty, like blocking everything else.
we will not have this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
come on, bro.
Yeah. So, but Blue Sky was never gonna take off because it's just I'm
The user.
it is never going to get the user base for it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like it's yeah,
It's
unfortunately.
just like trying to replace Instagram.
Yeah, in a way. Well, yeah, yeah. Which I wish, but like
Oh yeah, like
I myself cannot get out of Instagram because I already have a big follower base, even though that's probably like a lot of it is just bots, but still I have most of the people that follow me are on Instagram.
yeah, I should probably follow you on Instagram.
Damn, you don't follow me on Insta? I don't blame you though. That's kind of like it kind of feels like something like a social media I wouldn't like see you in.
I'm bad at like all the social medias, dude.
Same. I have to do more clips. Like I've not done any clips. Like I've done a few, but it's like, yeah.
Okay, so um yeah, so there are a couple platforms that like at this point they can never be dethroned,
Hmm.
right? And
Yeah.
that's going to be Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.
Okay.
For social medias, those are the three platforms that will never be dethroned. Uh, for video content, YouTube, nothing will ever beat it.
Yeah.
Um, and for uh, like streaming, there isn't one.
Yeah. Or what do you
Yeah.
mean? Like like the streaming services?
No, like for live streaming, YouTube is going to win.
Well,
Yep.
is it? Is
Yep.
it?
Yes.
Well, I can see it because like I've seen some
Who
other
competes with
peeps.
YouTube?
Oh yeah, but like when it comes to like YouTube streaming, like live streaming tools, it's a little
It
bit
is.
it's a little bit
Oh no,
duller.
but see that this is where you made your mistake.
Okay.
You mentioned tooling.
What? I
I
mentioned
didn't
what?
say that it had the best interface or the best tooling for streaming. I
Yeah.
said that nothing competes with it for streaming.
Huh.
Long term, nothing competes with YouTube for streaming. It is the video king, period.
Yeah.
User generated video content, nothing um beats YouTube.
Hmm. Yeah.
TikTok is kind of its for the short form video, right? Vertical
Yeah.
video or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't I don't know if that's still going to stick around, and I can't
Yeah.
say whether or not it's going to be it's going to outlive you. Like if because it can be that
Mhm.
TikTok will always effectively be a staple of the internet,
Yeah.
but it's kind of hard to say because TikTok's like it's not a regular company, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a state funded company, so like it's kind of like it kind of depends on you know
Yeah.
the country to keep funding it.
Yeah.
Um, it never really has to make money if they don't want it to, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Like it depends. Where like you so like I don't know. I can't. I'm not. I'm unsure of the short form video area. But as far as like long term user generated video on demand services or live video content,
Mhm.
going forward, YouTube is the only one that can that is even in the running to potentially
Mhm.
like YouTube is a staple. Nothing will take it off for VOD content, and YouTube's the only one that's competing for live streaming content. Like nothing else is even attempting to try at this point,
But then like we go
right?
back to but then we go back to like, tools. Like why okay, why would so what could, even though it's like top, why then, since Twitch has better tools for streaming than YouTube, why is it like why is YouTube beating it?
Because one is sustainable and the other one's going to get closed down.
How so? Like why how close down?
The Twitch is going to be shut down.
Wait, when?
Don't know. Yeah, it could be. They could announce it tomorrow. They could announce it in 5 years from now. I have no
Oh.
idea.
Okay, so you're saying like
Twitch is going to be shut down.
okay, so you're saying sustainability.
Yeah, well, in like 20. Okay, so let's say we look just flat. We just go out 20 years, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
YouTube will be around in 20 years, right?
Mhm.
Instagram will still be likely be around in 20 years. Facebook will still likely be around in 20 years.
Unfortunately.
Twitter will still likely be around in 20 years,
Yeah.
right? Because these are services that there is no reasonable like there's no good way to compete with them, right?
Mhm.
Because like the amount of money that you would have to try and throw at the problem to try and hopefully maybe if you're lucky be able to rip enough people away from Twitter
Mhm.
to make the Twitter killer is just like nobody's willing to take that risk, right?
Mhm.
Because like we're talking like you have to outspend like 10 to 1
Mhm.
Twitter's dollar figure, and just nobody's willing to throw that many billions of dollars at a problem to try and kill a platform, right?
Mhm.
It's kind of the same problem that like YouTube has. It's just that like YouTube has the name recognition and they're just so big that nobody can compete with them anymore, right?
Mhm.
Facebook is kind of the same problem. Is that like it's not the Facebook the style of social network that Facebook is not a growing style of social network.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody's going to spend enough money to actually reasonably compete with them. Kind of just like nobody's going to spend enough money to actually reasonably try and dethrone Coca-Cola,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
The problem with live streaming though
Mm-hmm.
is that there's only one company in the entire for creator, like live creator content, right? Like Twitch. There's only one company that makes money doing it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's YouTube.
That is true.
And YouTube doesn't actually make money off of live streaming. They make money off of the VOD content,
Yeah, that's true. That's actually
right?
true because like I
Yeah.
yeah, because like you're seeing me here with Twitch. Actually, now that I think about it, that is so true because like Twitch always has this problem about always deleting your VODs until a certain point while we're all just like posting our VODs to YouTube.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
but like it's also because like Twitch doesn't have the infrastructure to monetize your VODs anyway.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. That's true.
So it would cost too much to keep them indefinitely.
No,
Um
like we're seeing it right now because they did change something in their like in like their stuff or whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called, but they changed something where like, now they're like starting to like when you get to a certain amount of storage in your account, they can start deleting your highlights or something, right? Like
Interesting.
or not that they delete it, it's just like there you get like a notification in your videos and your VODs where it's
They get
it's
trimmed.
not trimmed. It says that like, oh, like you're exceeding like your memory amount or whatever. And so
Yeah.
yeah, like that's I see it. I see it now. Yeah, like it's definitely like a big problem that they're gonna have or they're having right now because uh they do be struggling. And I saw that like now they're kind of like are going to lower the standards of getting affiliate.
Hmm.
So I think, would you say that they're starting to get desperate?
Twitch?
Yeah.
Um yeah, but they've been desperate for years.
Okay.
When
Interesting.
they started getting desperate, that's when they started forcing ads
Mm,
into like mid-roll ads
mm.
during the stream.
Okay.
And it's been a downhill. It's just they're getting more desperate because they're still not profitable.
Mm. Okay.
Then like people snap back at me about Kick being like
Kick.
um,
Yeah.
Kick
It's
is Kick is also not profitable,
it is
and
definitely
it will
not.
never be profitable.
Nah. I call it
But they're
like
also not they're not even attempting to try to make profitable.
yeah, like I feel isn't like Kick the whole like isn't the whole thing about Kick that they're kind of like the Twitch where all the banned people are?
Um, like like sure, but that's like not what Kick is about.
No, I know, but it's kind of like
But yeah,
the
if you get
prejudice,
banned on yeah,
perception.
when people get banned on Twitch, they usually go over to Kick. But it's because like Kick pays better than Twitch,
Ah,
and they're very laxed about their rules
oh,
and stuff like that. So you can get away with like bloody murder on Kick.
oh, damn.
Well,
Yeah.
but you got to look at like the reason Kick exists,
Okay.
right? Kick exists because Twitch banned gambling.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So like the only way the only thing that keeps Kick alive is stake emptying people's life savings and funneling money into promoting stake through Kick.
Mm-hmm.
That's the entire business model of Kick, is emptying people on their shady illegal gambling site,
Damn.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, by the way, did you know that if you live in America or an American um,
Territory.
uh, territory, it is illegal to use Stake,
What What do you mean steak? Like the
the
food?
parent company of Kick?
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can't use their gambling. Like, you're not legally allowed to use their gambling platform, and they are legally not supposed to have you allow you to sign up for an account.
Oh,
So,
okay.
so Stake predominantly advertises to Americans
Interesting.
and makes no attempt to block Americans in any way, shape, or form from signing up to use their services. Um, and they do not try and prevent IP addresses from the states from using their services, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like I actually know how their system works
Okay.
because I worked in gambling. Specifically, I worked in online gambling,
Oh,
right, for a
wow.
little bit.
We learning
And
some hidden details from pseudo guys.
so
Also, Ava.
Stake does not have to pay out your winnings if
Yeah.
you want to check out.
Okay.
And there is nothing that you can do about it.
Wow.
So if Stake so chooses, they can tell you that you broke their TOS
Oh.
and they will not pay you out.
Ooh.
And there is nothing that you can do about it.
Damn.
There's no recourse. You can go online and complain about it, but if they don't care, they won't pay you out.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, like that's as far as that goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I actually worked for like an actual legitimate legal gambling, sports gambling site
Uh-huh.
in the state that operated out of the states. It was a Canadian company. We operated in the states, and we were a sports book. One of the biggest sports books, like one of the big ones.
Mm-hmm.
Not as big as DraftKings, but we competed with DraftKings.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So yeah, like I got to deal with like and actually got to learn how hardcore the regulations are around actually placing a bet on something in the states, and it's insane.
What are they?
Um, so like some of the easy stuff to explain is so if you let's say that you live in New Jersey,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because they were one of the first ones to allow betting, um, online sports books.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted to place a if you lived in and were currently in New Jersey,
Mm-hmm.
you could sign up and place a bet. The servers that you interact with when you are placing a bet and signing up for the account have to physically be inside of New Jersey.
Oh. Okay.
The data center that it operates out of has to have a New Jersey address. Like, it
Yeah.
physically has to be in the state. You
Okay.
have to geofence the account to only operate within New Jersey.
Oh.
So if I've got the app installed and I'm signed up to legally bet inside of New Jersey and my phone leaves New Jersey, I am no longer legally allowed to place a bet.
With your account.
They well, it on my phone, right? Because my phone is no longer in New Jersey, it is not legally allowed to place a bet anymore,
Oh, okay.
right?
Yeah. And do they
Then
like what would be a fine though?
you can lose your license,
Like your driving license?
your license to operate.
Just to operate.
Oh yeah, and no, your ability to take bets. You'd be
Oh,
stripped
okay.
of your legal ability to take a bet if you do not
Oh,
abide by these.
okay.
And every state is different a
Mm-hmm.
little bit, but also every state you have to apply for individually.
Mm-hmm.
And most states have a little bit of a lottery system.
Oh, damn. Lottery
And they
system.
only allow a certain number of sports books in that state,
Oh, damn.
right?
It's crazy.
So like a state might be like, we're going to have a total of we're going to allow one new sports book this year.
Oh my
And
God.
then all the sports books will fight for it.
It's like the Hunger Games.
Yeah, and then you got to spend money to get the license, and
Oh,
then you
that's
can.
funny. And
Then
and
then you
and
have to abide by all of their stuff. Sorry.
but like okay, so you pay so it's like it's a raffle. You said it's a raffle.
It can in some states it is.
Okay.
Um,
But even if you're like so you enter your thing, right? Your
yep.
place. But you
Yeah.
have to pay money for it, right? But
Yeah.
you could have the chance of
You buy
it.
a ticket effectively.
Yeah, but you have the chance of it not really like ending up like,
Yeah.
um so you're still paying
100%.
and you can
Yeah.
lose. So
Yeah.
in a way, it's illegal to gamble,
It's
but
the government. It's a different story, dude.
yeah, because like they're gambling to see if they can win. But damn,
Yeah.
that should be like a what's it? It's like a like in hell. There's like different punishments depending on like the sin, and it's like it's like
Okay.
specifically there.
Okay. So if we can get so this is the easy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, one of the big ones that was a bit of a pain in the ass is that if we wanted to release an update to the servers or make any changes to the servers, we had to get government approval to make the change
Okay.
or roll out new code. So if we wanted to push an update because something was broken,
Mm-hmm.
right? We had to go to the state government and say, can we have permission to push this update to the servers?
Mm-hmm.
Then they would review it and tell us whether or not it was okay. And if they signed off on it, then we could push the update.
Mm-hmm.
And then daily, we would have to submit reports that proved that only the code that they had officially blessed and said that we were allowed to legally run in our production environments was running in our production environments.
Okay.
And if it wasn't, we had to submit an incident report
Oh.
and roll back our systems so that they were compliant and we didn't have any updates or patches that were not officially blessed by the state government.
Damn.
Imagine if Adobe had an update, wanted to
Yeah.
push out an update,
Yeah.
and before they could actually send you the update to fix a problem,
Mm-hmm.
they had to go get government approval to send out the update.
Oh God.
Yeah, that is what we had to do.
Damn. Yeah, no, like it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, oh, I could never see. This is why I don't want to do anything when I wake up in the morning.
Oh, but it gets worse.
How so?
Okay, so every state's a little bit different,
Mm-hmm.
but for the every state does have a couple things in common, right?
Okay.
For these extra little regulations, you have to have effectively stop limits
Stop
and
limits?
cooling off periods. Yeah,
Oh.
like you have to provide the ability to have stop limits. Like if I lose $1,000, I am no longer able to bet for the next 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
And there were hard requirements on what those stop limits had to be for time spans.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had to by law offer settings that would allow the user to turn off their ability to bet for 24 hours or 48 hours or, X amount of hours,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And that was a per state thing. Then also, a judge can put you on a ban list,
Oh,
right?
that's funny.
So let's say that something happens related to gambling. You end up in front of a judge, and the judge is like, "You are no longer legally allowed to ban in this state, gamble in this state anymore. You are banned.
Okay.
Your name is on the ban list. You
Yeah.
are not legally allowed to sign up for our service anymore.
Oh.
If you are signed up for our service and you make it onto the ban list, your account has to be locked. You're
Oh.
no longer allowed to bet,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Also, if you knew that you had a gambling problem
Uh,
and you were going to be tempted, you
yeah.
could go and put yourself on that ban list.
Oh. See, options.
Yeah. And stuff like that. And it was just like the regulations are so cumbersome and they're per state.
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So it's just crazy. So like yeah, steak doesn't do any of that.
State doesn't do any of that?
No, none of it. Zero.
Damn.
They're not legally allowed to take a bet if your IP address is in the states. They're not legally allowed to bet on the platform.
Huh.
They're not legally allowed to offer betting services to American IP addresses or Canadian IP addresses either.
Okay.
Like while I was working for the sports betting company, there was no legal way for me to use their platform that I worked on. Like I wasn't legally allowed to use it
Oh wow. So like they
because,
blocked you.
well, yeah, like I couldn't sign up for an account. I couldn't actually place a bet because I did not live in the States and
Oh.
Canada did not legalize sports betting. Canada hadn't legalized sports betting at the time. So the platform wasn't legally even allowed to operate in Canada. And then when Canada did legalize sports betting,
Mm-hmm.
I think like Ontario is like the only one that's allowed to do it, and I don't even live in that province. So even right now, I'm not legally allowed to use that platform and and they operate in Canada.
Oh my god.
um, but yeah, no, steak's like a super sketchy, like it's illegal.
It's
What they do
funny.
is illegal.
It's funny how like we do have like some gambling in Pokemon though. Do you know that?
Like like real money gambling.
No, it's not real money, but it's in-game like gambling. Like in-game money,
Oh
like
yeah, but that doesn't count.
I know, but it's still funny that, you know, it's still gambling at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a legal version of gambling.
Yeah,
Um, but I actually got hit up by a gambling company.
really.
Yeah,
What did they offer?
this is during after I got laid off. A gambling company actually reached out to me and they're like, "Hey, do you want to interview?" kind of thing. And I didn't respond to them.
Damn, you could have gone some bank.
I can't do it
No, why not?
because it's their company didn't legally operate correct. They would that It was an illegal company.
Oh, interesting. Okay, it was a no-no company. Okay.
Well, like I wouldn't get in trouble for working for them, right? I'm just collecting a paycheck. I don't make the decisions.
Yeah.
But they're not legally allowed to operate in North America.
Okay.
I'm allowed to work for the company. They're just not legally allowed to take bets in North America. And they
Ah.
absolutely were taking bets in North America.
Oh.
And they operated exactly. I know that they operated under the exact same license that Kick operates under,
Yeah.
but it was like a 1v1, like Call of Duty betting system
Mm-hmm.
where like you could be like, hey, 1v1 me, bro. And then you guys can enter in a bet, and then you guys have a round of Call of Duty, and whoever wins takes the pot, kind
Mm-hmm.
of thing.
Yeah.
And it's just like, one, this is stupid, but I can see how it's going to be really, really profitable.
Yeah.
But it's also illegal, and it's a startup, so I don't know how long they're going to be operating for before they get shut down.
Oh.
Or maybe they're outside and they're not going to get like outside of the reach of the states, kind of thing, so they won't
Yeah.
get shut down, kind of
Okay.
like Stake is.
Mm-hmm.
The states can't shut down Stake because they don't operate technically inside of America.
Okay.
But whatever.
Pseudo on the wrong side of the law. Hey, Mecca.
No, I couldn't bring myself to like work for a Stake like company because I can't. I
He
can't.
pussied out.
I
He
wouldn't be
pussied
able to
out.
sleep with myself at night.
He pussied out.
Sorry?
He pussied out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I absolutely. I would be making so much. I would have so much money if I did not have the morals that I have.
I would have known a pirate in real life, guys. But nah, he pussied out. Yeah, officer, that's him. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The colors
Like
are
I
slapping.
would be running so many cryptoglyphs
You
and ripping people
would.
off. Oh
You
yeah, no,
would.
absolutely. Yeah, I would be doing so much crypto scamming.
Yeah,
But I can't do that to people. So
yeah.
I can't bring myself to do it to people.
What the fuck
Like
is?
I can't even bring myself to like they're like um there's some like web apps that like there was an app that I actually put out on the iOS App Store and the
Mhm.
Play Store, and I had trouble. I wrestled with the idea of even trying to potentially maybe introducing ads to it, and he's like, I don't think it can do it.
Nah. Yeah,
Like it
nah.
was really bad. I was just like, yeah, no, this is not going to work.
Uh, what the fuck is that? A butt plug bat? This is like the male symbol, but with a ball gag. And it kind of does
And it
look like it.
absolutely looked, yeah, it looks like a
See,
butt
that's
plug.
perfect. That's perfect. See, I love it when a story comes all together. Um, the colors are slapping so good. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah,
making it.
it does look really good.
I'm trying to emulate a gummy bear. Nothing else. Um,
Okay,
hey, I'm trying. I'm
whatever
trying.
you say.
I'm saying things that will not get me in trouble. Either way.
Hey, I'm at 92%, dude.
What do you mean? Oh, you're
My
90.
my
Yeah, your
Yeah,
thing.
I went up one whole percentage.
Good for you. Let's see. Definitely not clear silicone. See, yeah. I was like anxious about the jelly effect, but hey, it's looking good.
It looks really good. I'm doing a
Yeah.
good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I normally don't do this. But hey, Mariah Carey, hello,
Huh?
with a twist.
Oh, right. Yeah. Anyway, so like Kick will go under because Kick
Good.
is running off of Twitch's infrastructure.
I was gonna say children's tears, but go on.
No, yeah, well, probably that too, and people's life savings. But
True.
Kick
True.
actually operates, like Kick is actually operating under, effectively off of they actually use the same infrastructure, the exact same infrastructure as Twitch uses to operate Kick. Like there is no difference. They are literally the same platform.
Okay.
right? Because it's Amazon's. So Amazon bought Twitch to take Twitch's infrastructure and
Mm-hmm.
roll it into their AWS offering.
Ew.
And the AWS offering is just like web services from Amazon.
Yeah.
So like Netflix operates off of AWS, right?
Okay. Yeah.
They spend like something like $100 million a month on AWS,
Mm-hmm.
right?
So
So
uh-huh.
AWS offers Twitch as a service.
Like optional?
Yeah, it's one of the services that you can pay monthly for
Oh.
on AWS is Twitch.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
so all Kick is doing is they're spending monthly with AWS for Twitch as a service and
Yeah.
branding it Kick.
God.
Yeah, so if Twitch can't be profitable, how
Need
can Kick be profitable?
exactly. Oh my god, they're doing a double scam, but not
Well,
really.
no, they're not even trying to hide it, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not a scam.
Yeah.
Everybody knows how Kick is staying afloat.
Yeah.
The money from stake.
Yeah.
But like anybody who thinks that Kick can ever be a profitable business is lying to themselves because if Twitch can't be profitable, Kick can't be profitable.
Yeah.
Because Kick costs more per user to operate than Twitch does because Twitch gets heavy discounts from AWS because Amazon's their parent company. So they get insider contracts for that shit.
Damn.
So nobody will ever be able to beat their pricing if you're going to use their infrastructure. Now, barring the ability to find a way to effectively monetize a live stream,
Mm-hmm.
Kick and Twitch both turn off.
Oh,
It's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
when? Okay.
Yeah. That being the key, when.
When?
I do not know when.
When?
I do know that it is going to happen.
I do not know how, but it will happen.
Well, Amazon's going to get fed up with Twitch and turn off Twitch.
Damn.
Right now the biggest risk to Twitch is political streaming.
The risk?
Yeah, the biggest risk to have like okay, so
Okay.
it this is
Yeah, yeah.
okay, so
Go for
this
it.
is slightly political.
Go ho.
But like
Go.
I'm not supporting anybody in this, right? But okay. So right now, the number one threat to Twitch continuing to be a website
Mm-hmm.
is Hassan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Right. And this has like I don't care if you support him or you don't support him or whatever. Right. It doesn't matter. The number one threat, right? And the only reason that he is the number one threat and that Asmongold is not is because Asmongold doesn't make like regular old school news, and Hassan does.
What do you mean old school
Right?
news? Like what do you
I can't like the New York Times and shit like that, right? Like the big old like news organizations that have like newspapers and shit like that.
So you're saying
right?
that he doesn't do like continuous news like Hassan or
No. The only reason why Hassan is the biggest threat to Twitch,
uh-huh.
not Asmongold, is because Hassan makes the news. Right?
Oh, yeah. He's like in
And
the spotlight.
Asmongold doesn't.
Yeah.
Right? Like he made the news when he got banned for something to do with terrorists. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Now, it doesn't matter if he was denouncing a terrorist
Mm-hmm.
or supporting a terrorist. The fact is that there's a headline that made the mainstream news like the mainstream news on both sides of America
Mm-hmm.
that had Twitch and terrorist in the same headline.
Oh no. Interesting.
and everything after that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Right?
like they're just worried about like those two words together.
Yeah, those two words being combined are the problem. Right?
For
It'd be
Twitch.
like it'd be like if Asmongold was to like throw on, you know, a KKK outfit and like walk down the street burning a cross or whatever and
Soon.
whatnot, right? Like that would make the news, and then you would have Twitch and KKK in the same fucking headline, and that would be terrible for the platform, right?
Yeah.
And the yeah, and then it's and so Amazon is starting to look at Twitch, and it's like, okay, so this project of ours, like this department of ours, loses us this much money every year, and now they're starting to get us headlines where we're being linked to terrorists in any way, shape, or form.
Hell yeah, brother.
Right? Like it's like it doesn't matter if you agree with it politically or not. At the end of the day, it's the link to the terrorists. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
Right?
It's yeah. Like you're making us look bad, kind of deal.
Well, you've got terrorists and Amazon in the same fucking headline there. That's a problem.
Everybody's a terrorist. We've all fucking flooded an anthill one time at some
But
point in
yeah,
our lives.
you see you see where the
Yeah.
problem comes from, right?
Yeah, like yeah, like it's whenever you bring up politics, it just like ends up, fucking everything
Yeah.
over.
Well, yeah. So like honestly, that's
Hmm.
the biggest threat to Twitch at the moment,
Yeah.
right? Before that, it was people like Amaranth, right?
Hmm.
Because they would hit the news,
Yeah.
right? And it'd be like Twitch, OnlyFans,
Yeah.
Twitch, porn,
P
right?
word. P word.
Corn, Twitch and corn
You already said
together.
it. You already said
Yeah,
it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You're coming in with your sorry Canadian.
Hey, you leave me alone. I am Canadian.
I know.
Yeah. Well, so like there are certain things like Twitch and illegal gambling. They don't mesh well together in the news, and it's bad for the company.
Damn. They
So it
losing the
has the
market.
ability to meaningfully impact Amazon's bottom line.
Yeah.
So if Twitch hurts Amazon's bottom line, Twitch is no longer a platform.
It is no longer a bottom.
Yeah. They will either sell it or shut it down.
Hell yeah. He said sorry correctly. Maybe.
Hell yeah. Oof. Oof.
He's gagging.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah. But with that, like I YouTube's like the only other one.
Hmm.
And then like TikTok I know has live streams, but like I don't know if that's something that's going to
It's
stick around, but also it's not
yeah.
like the same type of a live stream either,
It all
because it's more like
depends.
a phone
Yeah,
live stream and it's vertical, right?
yeah, it all depends. I would say it all depends on like what will happen to TikTok as well because
Yeah,
I don't really see, gotta be honest, I don't really see like TikTok live. Like there's a lot of people that it really helps a lot of people, but first of all, like I don't see it as popular as something like again YouTube streaming or even Twitch streaming, but because we're talking about like some like you're watching an hour, like hours and hours long stream on your tiny ass phone, right? And it's like the dimensions are very
Yeah, but they are incredibly popular, and TikTok is
no, yeah,
a
they are.
incredibly massive website, like web app, right? Like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is a huge platform, and live content on there is massive.
Hmm.
But when I talk about this stuff, I'm never talking about current. I'm talking about what I foresee 5, 10 years, 20 years down the road, right?
Hmm.
And I don't. So like my issue with TikTok is that like I legitimately do not know enough about how the platform works at a financial level, right? So I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to like tell you whether or not like it's going to be around in 20 years from now or 10 years from now even,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
I do know that they are backed by the Chinese government. So they have effectively an infinite well of money,
I know,
right?
but at the same
So
time, that's the whole problem because not the problem that it's backed by the Chinese government, like that's the problem. No, I mean like the whole problem with again government coming in and like trying to eliminate the gap, which is why that's one of the reasons why it's I feel so effy kind of like posting on TikTok a lot because like um it just feels like it can like be gone at any moment.
yeah, well, it can, right?
It
And
can
but like
because
it's unlikely, right? Like so
well
like
the thing
it's
is
it's one of those things where it's just like I don't know enough. I'm not involved with the platform in any way. I've never used the platform, right?
yeah the thing is that
So
like
like all of my information about it is hearsay, effectively.
the thing is that like TikTok right now, it actually got blocked in the US, but the problem is that like or not the problem, but like the thing is that like later on, uh there was an extension because like it got like banned like right at the end of Biden's and I'm sorry if I'm
Yeah.
talking political, but this is what happened.
Oh no, no, these
Um
are just facts.
I'm saying it to the chat. And the VOD. But like yeah, like so Biden and I'm not like taking sides here by the way, just saying it now. But yeah, like so it got banned like at the end of Biden's term and then it got banned for a bit for like a night and then later it went up to the courts, and while it was in the courts, the ban got blocked for a bit. Later on, when Trump got into power, uh, it he then signed an extension, and then recently the extension ended, and he then did another extension. So right now, TikTok in the US is still functioning because
Of extensions,
it's
right?
still like yeah, they're still adding extensions because he wants this is my theory, this
Well,
is not fact, but really this is my theory. He just wants it to like, win some election points, but and also like it helped both parties, specifically the Republican Party, it helped them in the election a lot, especially with
well, yeah,
young
didn't
young
Trump
males.
openly admit that it helped him?
Both of them, like both Kamala
No, no,
and
but like
Trump.
I mean like Trump didn't Trump actually outright state that TikTok helped him win the election?
Like, do you mean like they donated or?
No, like the platform itself actually helped him win.
So that's okay.
I thought that he stated that during one of his signings.
He states so many things, but not everything is exactly true.
Yeah,
But
but this has nothing to do with what is necessarily true or not.
no, I know.
I'm saying that I'm fairly certain that he stated
No,
openly
yeah,
that TikTok helped him win,
no, yeah. Like
right?
it definitely
Yeah.
did. It definitely did because like the thing is that like not only on TikTok but also on Twitter and really so many other platforms because also Spotify because the thing is that they use they use a lot of like the the young male population uh to like be able to win, and they use all these platforms to do it, because
Yeah.
they managed to like ironically they managed to like modernize themselves so that they can like expand their message and expand their influence. So that's what
Yeah.
happened, even
Mhm.
more so than Kamala, who's did a I would say a pretty good job with her
Not
branding.
allowed.
What? How can I
He
convince
has to do his art.
how can I convince Jamar to play more Mario Kart? When I don't have an art stream scheduled. I am very like with my scheduling, but sometimes I can go wild.
195%.
But yeah, no, I really want to like finish this thing today because so I can work on other stuff.
Don't forget to save.
But what?
So don't forget to save.
This is automatic.
Fine.
But yeah, no, like I would say I did like personally, I
Hello?
did like
Hi.
likable, howdy. I'm gonna say this since you just got in. We're kind of talking a little bit about like uh platform
It's
history, social media
yeah.
history, and touching a little bit on politics. But yeah,
Well, we're touching on politics in the sense that like politics comes up because we're talking specifically about the
platforms.
platforms, and because TikTok is having political issues in the states right now, it kind of loops into our conversation about like what platforms are still going to be around in 10 years.
Also, this is how it's going. By the way, this is a male sign. But yes, it does have a
It's a
ball
butt
gag.
plug.
That too, sure. Honestly, it's the perfect symbol for that. Not gonna lie. Um,
Wait, Matt Pat is in politics?
how about Matt? Yeah, recently he went to Congress, with a creator caucus.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
like,
I thought that meant that he was like doing a getting into a political channel, right?
nah, he's not that guy from Hannah Montana. No, no, no.
What?
Yeah, the brother, Hannah Montana, right?
I know of Hannah Montana.
Yeah, the show.
Yes,
The brother, like the character. The
maybe.
Okay, so Hannah Montana has a brother, and the actor who plays the brother got into politics here.
Like
Yeah, like he's in politics, and
is he an actual politician?
yeah, he's a representative.
Oh,
Yeah, and
interesting.
and he's not the only one that got into like a super serious career later. Well, acting is serious, but I would say
Yeah,
like
no, I know what you mean.
it was also the girl that played like the big sister in Good Luck Charlie. She's now CEO of a space company.
Good
So
luck, Charlie.
yeah, the one about the big family and there's a baby. Yeah, she's
Yeah,
now.
totally.
You don't know, do you?
No.
Okay, basically it's that. It's just a family, and then there's like this big sister who's in every episode making a little like diary, like a film, recorded diary for her little sister when she grows up. Disney Channel. And so after the show ended, she ended up like studying a lot of stuff and whatever, and she's now CEO of a space company,
Huh,
so like satellites and all that stuff. Yeah,
good for her.
yeah. Some become very successful, others end up in prison. So yeah,
Which one ended up in prison?
I think somebody from Hannah Montana, and I don't remember who else. But yeah,
Oh, all right,
yeah,
that fucked up.
yeah.
Anyways,
Let me see.
but
Yeah.
Likeable Leaf. We'll get you really quick caught up to where we're at with social networks.
Mhm.
Is YouTube is not going anywhere. Instagram is unlikely to go anywhere. Facebook we don't see going anywhere. Twitter is not going anywhere, and nothing can compete with. So those platforms that we just listed, nothing competes with them, and it's unlikely that anything would ever come up that would compete with them because it would be way too expensive to stand up something for it. And then we got on. Then we started talking about streaming platforms and which ones are going to be closing down. And right now, it's the YouTube's the only one that's going to stand the test of time. And Twitter and Kick will both get shut down at some point, but we don't know when. Nobody knows when it will get shut down, but only that it will get shut down. And then we're just talking about like uh, TikTok and like whether or not it'd be still around in 10 years. And I was like, I don't understand their financials, so I can't really talk about that.
Yeah.
And then there's the issue politically in the states, right, where it's getting shut down and then it's not, and it's getting extended, and you know,
Yeah, and that's why we were talking about politicians.
yeah,
Um,
and political stuff. Also, right now the biggest threat to Twitch is political streaming.
yeah, that too. The US is a nasty dumpster grease fire. Yep. By the way, fire background music for this. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I didn't even know this. Yeah, yeah, there's so many shit. I think we are also seeing an appreciation for older stuff too. Have you heard have you heard MSN is having a comeback? What is MSN?
You don't know what MSN is?
No.
MSN was bought out by Microsoft.
But what is it? Is it a company?
Yeah,
What does it do?
I used to be like it was like Discord at one point, MSN Messenger, but it was a web portal. It was like the one of the original like before Google, like
Mm,
effectively like the this is where you go to find websites.
okay. What does that do?
You'd go there and they'd link you to other sites.
Yeah, but isn't like how's it gonna compete with Google though?
Google killed them.
Oh, so they. But how is it coming back though? It's the old
It's owned by
Messenger.
Microsoft. It
It's like
never
this.
officially went away.
Okay, would I be able to join
So
you all in
MSN was
VC?
attached to Hotmail.
Oh, likable wants to join us in VC. Yeah, sure. It's on my server. You can just go in general. Like we're just chilling. Like sometimes I just have peeps on stream talking. Uh, just for lulz.
Yeah. So it was like an internet homepage,
Hmm.
right? You would go to MSN, and then from MSN you could go. It acted like like a search engine, but it also had like games and other stuff, right? And they created content and did news and stuff like that. But they got because Microsoft owned them. They hooked in Hotmail when Microsoft bought Hotmail,
Ew.
and so your Hotmail account was attached to MSN. And uh, then they had MSN Messenger, which was effectively like a really old version of Discord where you could just like talk to friends or have a video call or a voice call with friends and stuff like that. But this is back way before Discord.
Okay. Hi, likable.
Hello.
What's up and welcome.
What's happening? Thank you. Thank
Uh,
you.
I'm doing a sussy sticker, and we're just talking.
We're talking
I
about how
see.
everything is failing.
Hell yeah.
Oh, great. Oh,
We love
so
failure in
good.
this house.
Oh
Look,
my
just look at
goodness.
me.
What the? Where? I don't see any failure.
Damn,
Where'd you
thank
go?
you. Thank you.
Mm.
So how you been,
Sure.
likable?
I've been doing outstanding. How about yourself, Jomar?
I'm good. I almost still call you lickable.
That's okay. That's okay. I was called lickable earlier today.
Oh,
I
really? Oh,
still see
damn.
I'm
it.
starting to get used to it. It's okay.
This is the
Not a
first time I've
problem.
met you. I totally see likable.
Yeah. Do you go by pseudo or do you go by kid or do you go by pseudo kid?
I go by pseudo or pseudo kid traditionally,
Mm,
but
mm,
I'll probably answer to just about anything.
mm. Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So this is
that
they
is
brought it back.
interesting.
It's
Wait,
a
wait,
different program
let
called
me jump to us.
Escargot.
Yo, can I
So
share it on stream?
yeah, feel free. Oh, wait. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, you should be.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Amazon.
Yeah, I mean it's like my messages, but I'm not going to open any of these. And also it
Okay.
deletes the messages afterwards, so we're good. Like go for
Okay.
it.
So
Yeah.
we're not
Interesting.
gonna see any of your like horrible stuff that we're not supposed to be sharing.
Yeah. Not cancelable.
Don't worry, he's clean.
Not cancel. I'm
He
clean.
he's
Yeah.
he's in the safe for
Sure
work
you are.
he's in the safe for work category on my server. He's one of
Am I in
those.
the safe for work category?
No, I think you're in the NSFW. Let me see your role. Let me see if I can find you under roles.
Wait, I have roles.
Yeah, you should be on in roles. Let's see. Uh Let me see. Yes, NSFW. No, you're not in neither. Um
Hell yeah.
Probably because like you came in like in the early days or something of the server, maybe, and I don't know, or
I have no
maybe.
idea.
Oh wait, yeah, no, there's a lot of people. Yeah, no, like I did add like new rules and stuff recently, so yeah. And by
So this
rules, I
is
mean I block a lot of people without certain roles.
Yeah, but likable has NSFW.
No, he has safer work, only safer work.
Oh wait.
Yeah,
It's yes NSFW.
yeah. So you were saying lickable.
yeah, that's me. So this is MSN. Let's not. Baby, can we cut this one out? Can we cut? There we go.
This
This is MSN. So
It gives me strong
this
MSN
allows
vibes.
you to do like little doodles. So you draw.
doodles.
Yeah. So do a little etoble.
By the way, what engine do you use?
Engine for
Game dev.
MSN or for game dev? Unity. Use Unity.
Ah.
So like etoble.
I just love the gradients and like the old. I don't know the old UI.
So you can
I
see
I have
we have
my
like she drew
complaints
me
about the Unity.
as a skibbity toilet. She
I
said
do
get
not see
skibbity.
that.
Damn,
Oh, you
skibbity
don't? Oh
toilet.
shoot, my bad. Hold on, 1 second.
Oh
We're gonna
yeah,
change this. We're gonna change this. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. I'm just gonna show my whole screen. How about that? We're just gonna do. Yep.
There you
Yep.
go.
So I'm talking to my art friend Gab, who just doodled skibbity leaf,
This is beautiful.
and then you could just like do little doodles, and then you can also chat like.
This was a staple of my high school life.
this is literally PictoChat if you think about it.
MSN is one of the originals.
Yeah, it's the OG.
No, the OG is called IRC.
Oh, I
And you
see.
still use IRC.
I see.
And you use IRC. And I use IRC. And
So
we all use IRC.
so
Sorry.
this is basically like Discord, but like old, and they brought it back. So you get
10 out of 10,
to
I love it. It's gonna
pick
fail.
your pick your uh pick your status, and then you can also
That sound.
do literally just like Discord, and then that sound is like the generic MSN sound. Let's see what she sent me. No, I haven't.
I love the shininess of back then.
I kind of do too.
It's not quite traditional MSN, but like it feels like MSN.
Yeah.
It feels like the end of MSN. Like back like when it was like we were about to stop using it, this is kind of what it looked like.
Yeah, but I love that like I was talking like before you guys came about iOS 26 and how it's bringing back the shiny glass look.
Oh, I hate that.
How so? Why so?
Because well, so I don't have it installed yet, but I've seen some of the images
Okay.
and they they fucked it up really bad.
How so?
Um, it's too clear,
Okay.
so it is going to be unlegible.
Mm,
The new UI is actual trash. It's actually not good.
okay.
Now
Now, of
it's easy to fix,
course.
right?
Yes.
They need to make it more opaque. It's
Yes.
too clear. It needs to be more
Like
opaque.
I would say have the different options. So maybe we have a clear, maybe we have an opaque. I would say just give us like
Sure.
so much customization because I still feel
But
like there's
iOS is kind of default is king. Like people just use default iOS, right? So the default iOS needs to be changed to something that is more opaque. Even if they're going to give people the option to make it clear or more opaque,
yeah.
they need to actually the default needs to be more opaque.
Hmm. Yeah, like I
Cool. I will be right back.
yeah,
I'm gonna go grab a drink and use the facilities very quickly.
cool.
Sorry.
Yeah, I what is your opinion, likable about Fruitigo Arrow coming back?
I'm a fan. I'm a
So,
fan.
like,
I think it's
what was your reaction?
kind of like. I mean, like people are gonna like what they're gonna like. I think there's not gonna be like a total population drought in the more new stuff that you find in like uh X, right? That's what it's called now. And
Fortunately,
um yeah, I don't think there's gonna be like there's always gonna be somebody that's their main platform.
yeah,
But I do kind of like the fact that we were kind of talking about it earlier in a different group chat.
yeah,
Um, have you seen the what is it called? Liquid glass update for iPhone?
yeah. That's what I'm
What do
talking
you think
about.
of liquid glass?
So, yeah, like it. I feel like it really depends on how you set it up, right? Because as Pseudo said, it could work, but it also depends on like how you have your icons because I've seen photos of people just, you know, having a bunch of info, like a bunch of colors and textures and stuff in the back when sliding down for your like command thing. And then you have the command thing, you know, your camera, your volume, your brightness, right? Being liquid glass, and it just like felt like a jumbled up mess. Um and so, but then it looked, I saw other photos of them using, you know, glass, but differently in the sense of like, you know, they changed all the app icons to also glass. But the problem with that I find with that though is that all your apps are gonna start looking the same color wise. So
Right.
it really depends how you have it. I know that an iPhone you can customize, so you can use shortcuts to kind of customize your apps, like your app icons. So maybe you can make something that'll look less like bad. I've seen a lot of Fruitigo Arrow fans jumping in and getting the beta and like playing around with it, and it looks super amazing. So I would say it really depends on what like how you use it, right?
Absolutely, I agree with you. Um, but the thing is too is that there's the UI problem, right? It's like how easy is it going to be understood by not just like
Yeah.
any like somebody who's in tech,
Mhm.
but also somebody who might be like 60 years old, or like
Yeah.
somebody who might be maybe even like a person who's used to the old way, and then you want to help migrate them into like something that you work you spent a lot of money on. But
Yeah.
the thing is that there's this weird conditioning where it's like um there will always be a specific niche voice in the market
Yeah.
that will end up speaking louder than the majority, just because a sometimes it's just the louder voice, the one with more say, and then b it's also because what they're saying sounds cool
Mhm.
per se, like,
Yeah.
oh, let's add AI. But in this case it's more of like, um I'm just not sure what what issue did this solve, right? Like, was there
Mhm.
something that was missing? And then the second thing is that because there's that issue of like UI, there's this gravity coming back to like something that just made sense,
Mhm.
such as that Frutigo era of like the internet,
Mhm.
where honestly the old internet, you could say whatever you wanted and no one cared. Like, it was just a total like crazy like
Yeah.
environment of everyone just spitting whatever and throwing stuff on here because they thought it was like, because that was fun,
Yeah.
right? But now we've reached a point where it's like there's this very this caution of like what you say on here like completely manipulates like your life type of thing.
Yeah.
um and so i I think there's charm in simplicity,
Mhm.
uh because it serves a purpose and then it's easier to understand.
Mhm.
And then I also find that as long as there's a market, there's a way to make money off of it. Not saying that that's the whole point, is to make money. I'm just saying that there will always be a incentive to bringing back nostalgia,
Yeah.
and also to sticking with a more um current trend or current new gen platform.
Yeah. 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 I like
I, I know it's not really, maybe that might not have answered your question, but like honestly, it is what it is. The market's going to do what it needs to do. So,
yeah, I'm just because I don't really okay. Because like I love Vertigo Arrow, but I'm not in too deep with that community. Now I do like certain things like the Wii Vertigo Arrow, all
Okay.
that fun stuff. But yeah, no, like
So
I get it.
that's
Like but it's still like I don't know. It again, it all depends how you're gonna use it, and yeah, it's we'll see how what they will do with it, because and what we will do with it, because at the end of the day, like, it all depends. It all depends. But yeah, as you were saying, like, because I live in an island that's like primarily old people, and let me tell you, and I have my dad is like really fucking old, so yeah, it's gonna be hell for them trying to learn all that. But hopefully, like, they're just gonna have it as an option that we can just turn off, right?
wait, what are we talking about?
The Fruitigo, like the glass UI for iOS
Oh yeah.
26.
Uh, I think it won't take too long for people to get used to it.
Yeah,
Because it's a little bit of a look change, but like the UI for the most part isn't it supposed to be relatively the same?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Hey, I'm at 97% now. Ooh.
Great. By the way, likable. He's been what is it? Can I call it rendering?
I've been building the lights and map for over 31 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. How's the progress been?
I'm at 97%.
Always the last 10%. That's
Oh, no. No, every percent has been like a half hour.
How are
I don't
these
even have a bad computer either.
how are these shines looking, guys? Holy shit.
They look great.
God damn. I'm
Ooh,
actually
you want to see a
impressed.
version of the game that I'm making likable?
I'm actually impressed
sure.
by
Yeah.
this. Holy
Here, I'll see
shit.
this. I'm playing tic-tac-toe right now with
I see how it is.
Oh my god, what is that font? Holy shit.
Yo. This is
Great.
sick environment, dude.
One sec. Oh yeah. I'm working on
Just
it.
looking at the tic-tac-toe
Let's
font. So trippy.
Oh yeah. I think I
change.
might lose this one. Oh, nope.
Okay, there we go. Now I should be streaming my entire thing. Was it this one? Does this one have any belts? No, this one doesn't have any belts. No, wait, it was crowd test. Builds. I want to say this one.
Dang it. I literally lost tic-tac-toe.
Oh, this isn't the good one.
Whoa, driving around a box.
Okay, I think
Ah, it's just untextured at the moment.
I'm gonna be right back. I'll get some water real quick, and then we'll continue because I want to finish this on stream. So BRB,
Okie dokie.
should I just put back the nah, I'll just leave it like this, but I'll just try to block the jelly coming out of the hole so it's not fuck it. I'll just leave it like that. Fuck it. Be right back.
Okay.
I think this is one of the good builds. Ah, yeah, this is one of the best builds.
Is this in Unreal?
No, this one's Unity.
Oh, this is Unity.
Yeah.
Oh, did you create the car physics yourself? Oh my goodness, what are you doing? Ah! Is this on Twitch? Is everyone seeing this?
Yeah.
What I'm witnessing right now is Pseudo Kid right here running over anime girls in a bland colored semi truck.
Hell yeah. This is
Their
one of the
bodies are
builds.
flying around. The carnage is horrendous.
Let's see, what about maybe this one? One of these I think has audio. Made with Unity. I don't know if it was this one that has audio. One of these has the audio of when you hit the girls.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, this one. Maybe.
So what kind of game is this?
It is called Isekai Crusader Charcoon's Realm Rescue.
Oh my goodness. Just like any isekai, it needs a 5-word.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm back.
Is this lagging or?
Welcome back.
I was like, I was waiting to see if those cards were gonna crash. So I was like, wait, do I turn it on? Nah, they're fine. Either way, I was gonna continue the stream. God, that's like another Tuesday for me. Okay.
Okay, I'll show you a different build that I had.
I feel like
Deal.
a poser
Why?
because it's been a while since I've done game development, and the
Oh,
reason I had to stop was because my SSD died, and
yes, Monday,
it was
another
really
Wednesday.
demotivating. Yeah, I lost a couple of game projects, and so
Damn.
I'm gonna have to restart a couple of those.
Damn.
It's pretty demotivating.
So,
Yeah, I can feel you on that.
uh,
Oh, not this one.
so I know but are you working on? Because well, I'm not gonna say what you're doing, but are you working with other projects?
Right now, music related, yes.
Okay, yeah, you told me that
Hoping,
you are getting like more into music production.
yeah. It's more of like, um, how do I describe this? There's, there's, I have enough built where I should be able to turn it into a form of income,
Mm-hmm.
but
Nice.
now I'm trying to make it a little bit more sustainable,
Mm-hmm.
such as having like an actual portfolio,
Oh.
having honestly better commission um request format. Basically, how I had it was just fine. It was just the way I priced it to like what I offered.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it it called for more than what I was asking. There's like I make it I make it a point to like meet with whoever it is I'm creating for, and like allow them to have revisions and all that. Um, well, that was fine. People took advantage of it as intended, but then I ended up like almost burning myself out with the amount of work that I ended up taking up that way. So I wanted to basically offer um, offer my work in a way that's like sustainable for me and that I
Mm-hmm.
can like do consistently
No, it needs
and
to be
doesn't
unsustainable.
take up as much time. Yeah, it's hard for me to like put it into words other than just basically that. Like just reword like my terms and conditions, offer more services that are less tasking.
Yeah.
Um, there's a popular thing on VGen is what I use called Skeblike,
Mm.
which for those who don't know is basically you offer said art service, but with like minimal communication.
Mm-hmm.
So the commissioner just gives you the references and then kind of leaves the work up to the artist's discretion to however they wish to tackle the music or the art piece or the animation, and then just
Mm-hmm.
sends it back without revisions. It's
Okay.
actually pretty popular because people usually commission just to get the style of the artist that they choose. And then also they like to have like that surprise interpretation of the artist. And then
Mhm.
it's usually cheaper.
Mm.
That's
So I'm
Um,
fair.
planning on offering something like that.
Oh yeah.
Spongy. By the way, this is a butt plug. Whatever you want, babe. What kind of music? Spongy also asks, what kind of music do they make?
Do I make?
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, I my forte is background music.
Mm.
Um, but
For like
in
games
regards to
or
like genres, I could do like jazz, rock. Um, I could do hip hop. I could do electronic R&B. Um,
Mm.
oh man, I could do a bunch.
Mm.
I think the stuff. I think I was telling you this offline,
Yeah.
Jomar, but like just a few instruments. I just don't have. I'm a little bit limited on that.
Okay.
I'm planning on getting better sounds, such as like saxophone, cleaner piano,
Hmm.
all that stuff. I could technically do, but it just won't be as expensive
You
in
have
sound
a do you
in the
have
end.
electric guitar?
I do have electric guitar, but it's all MIDI.
What do you mean
It's all
MIDI?
MIDI work. So MIDI is basically where you take recorded sounds and you turn it into like a keyboard. So
Hmm.
instead of me manually recording myself playing the guitar,
Hmm.
MIDI is like I turn a guitar sound into like a playable keyboard, and it
Oh.
just typically sounds a little bit more, not like fake, but yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
sound as
It's not quite the same because when you play it traditionally, there's a lot more layered audio that's
it's like
not there when
acoustic.
you
Yeah,
yeah, like acoustically when you play it versus what you get out of a cleaned, effectively a sterile box, right? But you get the actual
basically,
note itself,
Mm.
right? So
basically,
if you're like,
yeah,
hey, this MIDI is an A sharp, right?
Hmm.
Then you can be like, okay, I want a guitar A sharp, and then like 2 minutes later, you can be like, no, I want it to be this piano, and it will still play an A sharp, but it'll be whatever that piano sound is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spongy says, I'd love to hear some jazz. I'd love to hear some jazz. I do more orchestra than anything. Also, what da?
I use Ableton Live 12.
I think I have like, I
That's my
think I
DAW.
have Ableton.
I'm just gonna keep quiet.
Hmm?
Uh,
What?
but
I'm
like
answering
likable.
the
This
what.
is
I'm answering also what da. I think they were gonna say dog.
no DAW. It's like the editor that he uses to make his
Okay.
stuff.
I thought you were like
Yeah.
saying dog.
No. Likable. This is kind of like my most fleshed out version of the game right now.
I like it. Did you program the car physics?
For this one, no. I do have versions of it that I've programmed the car physics for. There's a lot of edge cases with it, and it is
Yeah.
not that worth it to bother.
Yeah. I'm sure there's assets you could buy.
Yeah. Well, this one's just using the one inside of Unreal.
I was gonna say, do you when you programmed, how did you like attack it? Did you go based off of um the physics of the whole car, or did you go per tire?
For tire.
Okay, you did it correctly.
Well, yeah, it was just using raycasts and then springs and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it does have its own edge cases. But yeah, I actually created one inside of Dots.
I'll give you a shout out, likable, by the way.
Oh, what the? Oh wait, what? No. Okay. It's delayed for me. I was like, oh, thanks. And then I changed it. I was like, oh wait, it's not there. And then, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll show you the map that I'm working on though, like the actual official map that I'm kind of going to be fleshing out at some point. I'm slowly working towards making this not look like shit.
Ooh. The sound is so visceral.
Oh, I had a great one before. But yeah, this is kind of the map. It's the Shibuya area of Tokyo.
But yeah, Jomar, did you ever tell me outside of what's his face? Outside of because that artist you sent me, I've been listening to him.
Which one? The goth one?
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
Aurelio Voltaire.
Yeah.
Love it. Big
Yeah.
fan. Very you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of oh my gosh, Courage the Cowardly Dog. Like that era of animation.
How so?
It kind of makes me think of like music that would play for it.
Okay.
I don't, but like I'm sure it's not,
No, like
but
I get it. I get it. It's yeah, yeah. Like there's a hint to it for courage. It's just like I've seen a lot of courage, and I remember like them using different instruments and stuff. I would say more so with like music like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. But yeah, like it's
yes.
like
Yeah.
you're either way, like you're gonna get the Cartoon Network like, vibe because as I mentioned to you before, he did two songs for Cartoon Network for Billy and Mandy. The thing was that the first song that he did, which was a full episode basically, for the entire episode was just the song. Um, he did not get credit for that song. Um, and then they asked for him again a second time for the Oogie Boogie movie, and that's when he fought to like get proper credit later on. And yeah, they gave him
Wow.
credit for the Oogie Boogie movie. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, like stuff like he did Land of the Dead, which was a song for Oogie Boogie. Brains, that was the song that he did not get credit for. Um, and still a banger. He had to like extend the song actually to be able to be like a whole entire fuck door knock. A whole entire episode. Um but yeah, like, and I remember I even did like an illustration for the song Brains for a college project, and he actually commented on my illustration.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
And as I told you, like, when we were talking about him, he has a YouTube channel where he's kind of like the what did I say before? What was her name? I compared him to like somebody, a white lady. Shoot. She does a lot of like DIY home decor stuff. But basically he does a lot of gothic home decor videos on his YouTube channel. Um and he's actually working on a book, or no, he already released a book of gothic home decor. Yeah.
Seems
Right.
up his alley.
Yeah, also right now he's just doing a bunch of concerts. So yeah. Um got him. Huh. I
I really
know.
liked Cannibal Buffet.
Yeah, I love Cannibal Buffet, same.
That one
Um
was really good.
yeah, it's so good. I remember I started with Zombie Prostitute as well.
Yes, that one was good. I like that one too.
No, this is likable. What is it? Likable what? Likable
Leaf.
Leaf. Yeah, yeah, it's Likable Leaf. Let me. I already shouted you out, but I can do it again.
Oh,
Uh,
Oh, right. I meant to send a photo to
yeah,
Jar.
Likable Leaf. He streams on Twitch, and he does some like he does music. What else do you do?
right now just music and game development. Right now my game development is my streams and game development is on hiatus. But the reason is because I need to release a couple things on Spotify for music. So you can look out for that on YouTube.
Were
You'll
you a
catch
developer before
new songs.
game dev, or
I was
have you ever worked in the
Oh, I've
industry?
always been like a game developer. That's what I went to college for. But I guess development has been not
Mm,
my not my
lucrative?
strongest suit, I guess.
Oh,
Is the best way to describe it. I I can make games, but I'm just really slow at it.
Mhm.
Well,
Because I've fallen into that developer's fallacy where it's like you could save time by like getting help, but then you convince yourself that you could do it yourself and you end up losing
Ah.
time. I'm like one of those. Um, so
Mm.
I'm one of those when it comes to AI, more specifically like just basic pathfinding and like not like narrative,
oh,
like
Like using
not
that's only
that, but
because
ChatGPT?
you're in
like,
Unity, though.
huh?
That's
Sorry.
only because you're in Unity, though.
Yeah, yeah. There's like
I don't
the
know. Unity AI is not hard to make.
it's not hard. It's also like there's a lot of resources out there for it. But I'm like one of those that's like, oh, I could create my own pathfinding. Like I don't need like I'll make a star. Like that's easy. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Well,
But
it kind of depends on like.
it depends on what you're trying to do. The game
Well,
that I was
yeah.
making was I was remaking Diner Dash. Have you ever played that game? The Flash game Diner Dash?
No, but I feel like I've played something that's a take on it.
So I think the more popular version of it is like Simpsons try to do a take on it, and then also SpongeBob. But basically, you play as a server at a diner.
Yeah.
So similar to Overcooked, as you're the
You you
cook in that
you
game.
you are
You
making that substantially more difficult than it needs to be.
so instead of doing a star, I did flood
You don't
search.
need to you don't even need to
I
bother with
know,
either.
I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. I made it way more difficult. Now the game's gone. SSE
Damn.
died, so have to restart.
Okay,
Pretty
well,
demoralizing.
do you want to know how I would tackle this? Because I've made AI in Unity before.
Mm.
So I don't know if the version of Unity that you are working with has it or not, but Unity has a nav mesh.
I know, I know.
You throw that sucker on there, and then you
I
just tell it the
know.
point that you want it to move to, and it
I
moves there.
I okay, but in my defense,
But
if you ever played Diner Dash, the path you go like pinpoint between tables 90-degree turns, and I wanted to replicate that. Navmesh kind of could do something like that, but
If
it's a
you want really
little
precise for
bit
the
smooth.
for for the character itself, you'd probably need to do something more advanced.
Yeah, but like I wanted to keep it simple. And I did, and I had one bug where basically I had to it was super simple. I just had to figure out how to communicate from one script to another when the player has arrived at a table. That way I would update the state machine for
Were you using
the
events?
guests. No, but I was going to. That was
Okay,
the solution. That would have
that
like
wasn't the solution.
solved the problem
Well,
easily. But
with
I
a
was dragging my feet trying to just do some sort of silly serialized field to see if it would simplify things. But then I was like, all right, I'm just gonna do events, and then the SSD died.
who
yeah.
the fuck
I was
put
So
so
big
close.
time rush in
okay,
my
so far
soccer
you have more
mecca?
game dev experience than I do. A lot more.
I'm
But I
like what I was saying. Like what I was saying, I'm literally like the worst example. Like I literally am those guys that are like, "Oh, I'll do it myself." And then I
okay.
literally like waste so much time.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong
Like
with that.
I mean, yes there is, but then also I
Well,
not really,
it,
not
it
really.
depends on it depends on like why you're doing the thing, right?
Right, right. I agree. Like what I had so far is really simple. What I'm planning to do though is I need to finish projects. Really, that's the bigger overarching issue. So I have a few projects I've quote unquote done. Um, such as I don't know if Jomar actually played it. I made a little supermarket restocking game that I designed myself. That was
Nice.
part of a team at college, and that was supposed to be one of our
How long have you
semi-final
been out of
projects.
school?
A year.
Oh, okay. Then I. How long have you been doing game dev?
A couple years.
Okay. So you probably have a little bit more actual game dev experience than me, but I have more programming experience than you.
I would agree. My programming is not that great. Like, arguably, data structures is probably like my worst, and I need to brush up a lot on logic, and also just in just general programming etiquette. To be honest, is really
Hey,
really
I'm
bad.
about to go. I'm about to go back to school, so
Good luck.
Yeah, I'll
Good luck.
finally
You
get an
got
actual
this.
fucking degree.
I'm in a special case. Like, I hope you don't mind we talking about this, Jomar. I'm sorry. I didn't
What?
mean to hijack.
Oh, don't worry, you're
Just
fine.
game development.
I'm just piggybacking the conversation.
So the current state of the game industry is bad.
Shit.
Career
Oh yeah, no,
wise.
it's absolute trash.
It's bad, and I knew it was bad, and I thought it was bad. It is way worse
Mm-hmm.
than I thought.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
actually writing a script right now.
and
Because I know what's causing the game industry to crash the way that it is.
it's I
It's
mean,
it's actually there's one thing that's crashing the game industry.
what
What?
do you think it
The
is?
entire game industry is being crashed by one single thing.
What do you think that is?
Does anybody want
Wokeness.
to take a guess at what it is? Sorry?
I was just jokingly saying wokeness.
That is a
Oh
fair
shit.
guess because like that's kind of the number one reason that people give.
Oh my god.
But there's only one thing that's crashing the game industry right now, and it's not that. It is also it also this is it is the one underlying thing that affects the entire AAA and AA space, and it's why India is killing it.
Say it.
You think indie's making the game industry worse?
Sorry.
What is indie games killing? Sorry, I missed that
So
part.
indie games are doing very well.
Yeah.
Oh, that like
AA
killing it. Like they're okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. I was like, huh?
Yeah, they're doing very well. But there's one thing that is killing the game industry. Do you want to take a guess before I tell you?
I've always had theories. I personally I can't claim to know for a fact. One theory I had was definitely COVID had something, at least a small effect with it, because I noticed that when I was in school, the amount of promises that these companies had for like big and bright minds coming out of college, coming
COVID is not a
who have been
factor.
in the industry, and there was a lot of promises of like remote work
Mhm.
and a lot of promises for like benefits that I know companies, not all of them could keep up all the stuff that they promised. The other thing too that I noticed is there's this underlying, and this is more confirmed with the animation industry. I can't say this is with the game industry either, but
Mm.
there's this trend of making um, numbers in regards to overall company um, profit look better when
Yeah.
you take huge cuts.
Yep.
That's huge with the animation industry. That's for sure what's happening with them. I can't say it's the same with the game industry. I'm sure some companies are probably doing that for that reason. But when you do that, it looks better. So then in the end, you're able to do like larger turnover rates. But the thing is that it's not really good for long term, because what you end up doing is that population or that like pool of workers that
So
you
okay,
dropped
wait.
off they don't come back. Not all of them do.
So this is going to affect literally every single AAA company. This is what is causing every AAA company to fail. Right? It is the same reason across the board. The entire industry is plagued by this. The AA and AAA industry is entirely 100% plagued by one thing.
Okay.
And it's the same across the board at every single one of these companies.
What do you think it is?
There's too much money.
Explain.
Okay. So, okay, on a scale, think about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I was to give you $1 and ask for a set return rate of, say, 50% back, or 60 or 70% back in 4 years, how hard is it for you to give me that return rate on $1? I lend you $1 today. In 4 years, I want 60% back on my investment if I invest $1 with you. How hard is it for you to do?
60 cents. That wouldn't be that bad.
Okay. Now, if I
understood that right.
Yes, yeah, it's about 60 cents. 60 cents. If I want 60% back, it's 60 cents, right? If I wanted 100% back, is that particularly difficult to do over 4 years?
Not really.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if I gave you $500 million and I said I want those returns, is that going to be difficult?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the game industry.
I would say it's a lot of industries too, because it's like a bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but
it gets popped because what ends up happening is you've put in too much money to the point where you think there's an inherent value in something, but then the moment it hits a market, it's not going to return the same kind of value that you think it will.
Yeah, so what an absurd number. Yeah. So what ends up happening, right, is if I gave you, $500 million, right? And that's not an absurd number. That's actually roughly what Assassin's Creed Shadows was priced at. So if I gave somebody $100 million, right, your average return on investment, if you want to be safe, is you dump it into the S&P 500 and you're expecting about, right, a 12% year over year in return. That is considered a safe average return rate, right? So I'm not really risking at that point for 12%. So it's unreasonable to take a massive risk on a game that could fail horribly and expect 12% back. Right? So if we go on the lowest, sorry?
You're saying like they're taking a massive risk?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a question, right? Is the next Assassin's Creed game guaranteed profitable?
No.
Is it going to make 50% back? Guaranteed.
I don't know.
Will it even make 12% back guaranteed?
I don't know.
Right? And it's a 4-year investment. Right? So if I'm going to give a company, $500 million, right? I'm going to expect a certain return, right? And if my base return is supposed to be 12% every year, right? They're going to lock up my $500 million for 4 years to make the game. And there's a chance that it is unprofitable and I make $0 back. What percentage on top of that 12% do I need to be comfortable? Am I expecting back to be comfortable leveraging my $500 million? right? Now that number changes for everybody, right?
Right.
Like no two people are going to give the same number, right? Like somebody who really believes and loves the company and just wants to see the product be made is going to take that risk, right? And expect less returns. Like they're going to demand less returns. But if I don't care about if I don't care about the end product, I just care about making my money back, right? What percentage am I going to expect back when I'm taking a massive risk like this, right? And the answer is that you need to pad it out, right? So it wouldn't be entirely unreasonable to expect a 50,
Whoa.
60, or 70% return
Drust,
over
thank you for the
at the end of
raid.
a 4-year period if you're going to take a massive risk for 4 years and lock up your money.
Although I'm gonna mute you guys for a sec because I gotta.
Go for it. You're good.
Hello Raiders. Welcome, Drust peeps.
Yeah.
My name is JomarJV. I'm a 3D and 2D artist. I do some gaming as well. I'm
Probably should have
sorry.
deafened himself.
I'm sorry because we are I didn't mute myself. Okay. I'm sorry if
Wait, he did.
I'm sorry if you're seeing some sus stuff, but yeah, we're doing some fun price stickers, but besides this, I've also done this period sticker. So yeah, welcome peeps. Welcome. What were you doing, Drusk? Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, and I also did this like 3D one in Blender, pixel art. Not the beads. Yeah, the beads. Yeah, these are just little fun things I'm doing. But I also have some other like, wholesome ones. Like I got these Mario Galaxy stickers that I did like a long time ago. Um yeah, that's what we're currently working on. So really want to get into like sticker making. But yeah, what were you working on or doing? Played Monster Hunter for a while. Hunting party went to bed, so we played some Dragon Age Veil Guard. Nice. Sounds cool. Yeah, no, I normally for games, I normally don't game just because of like the very low uh you know the very very low view count that I normally would get if I start gaming, but I'm starting to like, get some more peeps in and like playing some games. I know this Friday I'm playing with Eva. Eva has fallen. And yeah, and I play some Repo, I play some Mario Kart. I played with Drusk. So yesterday we played some Mario Kart actually. Let me give you a quick shout out. Mecha put big time rush. I didn't put it. I blame Mecha. Yeah. Uh yeah. Um so that's what we're doing. Yeah, I'm trying to like finish the sticker tonight. Uh because I kind of want to like work on their stuff on stream. And I kind of go like, one thing at a time. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Now that's all him. Sure. But yeah, welcome peeps, welcome. Let me get my normal face. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, so if you have any questions, also I'm going to put my socials here. I normally post on Insta and I'm trying on Blue Sky as well. And we also have a Discord, so if you want to learn more of art, if you want like a nice cool community of artists, we got our Discord there if you want to try it out. And yeah, feel free to join. We also do some art challenges. Right now, we have a Persona challenge up in my this month. And that's also the main way that you're gonna, be able to communicate with me off stream. And if you're also on the Discord, you can also be on call and like just chat with me, and we can just chill, talk about different topics, just like how I'm talking right now with two peeps from my streams. So yeah, feel free to join. And also the Discord, we also share a lot of art resources there, both 3D and 2D. And if you have any questions on 3D, feel free. Or if you want to just talk about gaming, that's also fine. Also anime and shows. We love talking about those. Um, and also that's where like I send a lot of my work in progress. So yeah, feel free to join. Drusk, if you need to leave and take a rest, you're most welcome to do so. I'm just gonna keep at it here and then maybe finish up in a bit. But I at least want to finish up the shiny. I had to do it. I had to pause there. But yeah, I gotta raid and run for now. But you have a good evening and stream. Yeah, thank you so much, Drusk. Welcome. Yeah, have a good one. And to the Druskies, welcome. Yeah, so y'all are just gonna see me just paint this thing. A very sussy thing. Yeah, I'm happy to share the love. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah. And I would love to play some more Mario Kart with you. So yeah. Let me go back and like listen to what these two are talking about.
Is to shift gears a little bit. They did with Baby No Money. Have you ever heard of that guy?
Baby No Money?
Yes.
Baby No Money. So they did an interview with Baby No Money. A couple of investors, they were talking to him, and they basically asked him, let's say I pour in hundreds of millions of dollars into a song to go viral. Will it go viral? And he said, I don't know. And
Yeah.
the investor was kind of like Josh
It's like it's
because
possible.
he was like, really? Like, how? Like, that's a lot of money. And he was like, I don't know. And I can't promise that because you just don't know what's going to go viral. Like, you never can guess where the internet is going to like favor more than anything else.
Yeah.
And I love the game industry. I love games. I love games. I love games because to me, it is a type of art form. But I think when I
No, it's
describe it
absolutely an
to
art form.
people
100%.
who are less familiar with why I'm so passionate about games as an art form, usually somebody who's a little bit older, the way I describe
Mhm.
it is I usually compare it to the movie industry when it first came out. When the movie industry first came out, they actually thought it was going to die. They didn't think it was going to take off.
Mhm.
A lot of them as in investors, they
Yeah.
didn't see it as like something that was going to be sellable. But what's interesting about the movie industry was it basically told stories in a way that's never been told before.
Hmm.
And it grew because there was a totally different way of basically taking what was a normalized like way of like experiencing a story and then changing it into like a different art form, basically like a different media.
Yeah.
i I love games because I feel like I can almost make anything out of into a game. When I
Yeah.
was in
It's
college,
relatively endless what you can do, right?
my game professor, the first one I had, he was talking about rules, and he said rules in games are really important. That was the main idea of the lesson.
Mhm.
And the more rules you add, you can make a game a little bit more interesting.
Hmm.
But he then said, but you can also make it worse.
Yeah.
Let's say I tell you all sit in your desks for 40 minutes. That wouldn't be really fun, would it? And I told my classmate that the first game or the second game we were going to make is about you sitting in your chair for 40 minutes. Um, what I ended up creating was a battle royale with which you were a student on a desk, and the only game mechanic was your mouse pointed where you were where you were facing, and you kicked off the floor on your rolling chair. And the point of the game was to use that same movement mechanic to also then turn around and kick other students off their chairs. And it was a red light, green light game where the professor was looking at the board, and you can freely move around the classroom and kick your classmates off their desks. And then when it's red light, he'll turn around and you can't move. And if any students were out of their desk, they got kicked out of the class. And you had to last for quote unquote 40 minutes. It was 40 seconds, but that was the idea I had.
Mm-hmm.
And we ended
Sounds
up
like a fun
getting
idea.
like, thank you, I appreciate it. That was like the second game I've ever made in like my life, and it was really cool because that I just described a battle royale, and the first thing that comes to people's mind is like Fortnite,
Yeah.
right, or like
Oh,
a
yeah.
AAA. But also, when I described like how the game worked, I feel like anyone here could probably make that within like a day, right? It was like
No.
super simple, but it wasn't the fact that it was like simple
Nope.
that
Ad is
or
coming.
it being simple did not forego it being fun. If that makes sense. Like
Mhm.
it being
No,
simple did not
absolutely.
hurt what the core concept was. And we ended up being the last people to present, and I had my classmates come up and we all played it in front of the class. And my teacher like gave us a lot of props and started telling other professors about what we did. So this was like a really good example I share because is there anything in the game industry that like can even represent this idea? And I always talk
Schedule
about
One.
Mario, and I'll ask the 80-year-old that I'm talking to, have you ever heard of Mario? And 90% of the time they're like, oh yeah, like, oh yeah, I've heard of Mario. And then I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, have you heard of Call of Duty Black Ops 2? And they're like, what? Like, no, like I've never heard. And I'm like, I'm trying to make a point. And my point is that what do you do in Mario? It's like just you jump, right? The creator of Mario, he said he just wanted to make a game where all you do is jump. Like
Yeah.
that's the main mechanic.
Yeah.
And uh what do we have that's Mario now? We have a fully featured animated epic, right? That's the Mario movie.
Mhm.
How many iterations of Mario do we have now? There's like
Too
over
many to count.
8. There's a lot. There's also a theme park now that exists in Universal. That's but is there like a Call of Duty like theme park? Or like a Call of Duty like
No,
so
there never will be. It's just not as
I don't
popular.
think the industry is pushed by graphics. I don't think the industry advances with like
No, but
more money in AAA. But what I
absolutely
am
not.
so passionate about with games is what it does get pushed by is basically the simple idea of if you're really creative, you can turn anything into like a fun experience.
True. Okay, but like let's take Battle Royale for example, right? It wasn't a AAA company that came up with that formula.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
But a AAA company is effectively the owner of that formula at this point.
That's the scary part too, is the whole buying
Not
out.
be well, no. So like they didn't. So okay, so it was that South Korean company, right? PUBG was kind of like the original battle royale. Like I'm sure that they weren't the original, but like for all intents and purposes, PUBG was kind of the original battle royale.
Minecraft Hunger Games throwback. No, just kidding.
But yeah, so like PUBG was kind of the original ID. That company kind of started that genre.
The trend,
Yeah,
I would
that
say.
genre
Yeah.
trend, right? And Epic was able to capitalize on it the best. But if you look at games made around that time, AAA games were going battle royale. Why? Because it was the safest
It was the
bet.
trend. It was like what
Well,
was
no, because
popular. Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
considered safe,
Mhm.
right? Everybody wants to play battle royales. It's considered safe. we can probably sell more copies of our game if we put a battle royale mode in it. So we have a higher chance of making the money back that we've effectively promised to these investors if we put battle royale in the game. Right? And that comes back to the reason why graphics are still pushed is because, am I being too loud?
So passionate.
Yeah, so like that comes back to like the same reason why graphics are still being pushed. And why? Because it's easy to demo good graphics even on a shitty game. And people get attached to that shit.
I do see how graphics can sell a game.
Well, they do in
can,
AAA.
but it's not
they help sell the
sustainable.
game. No, absolutely not. I'm not trying to make an argument for AAA graphics.
I'm
I
agreeing with
personally
you.
don't like them. Right?
Word.
Yeah. No, we're on the same page.
I think we're all on the
like,
same page. Yeah.
Preach,
But
sister.
at the end of the day, the average gamer is somewhat sold by AAA graphics, like the good those great graphics, right?
Basic.
Absolutely, it's stupid, but it does sell. It absolutely sells copies.
Yeah, it's
And
like
that's why most AAA games push graphics so hard.
which
Although we're gonna start seeing that change a bit because Fortnite's been around for so long, and Fortnite doesn't care about graphics.
no,
What are
like
you saying, Jomar?
not only like Fortnite, but also like, you know, and say what you want, you know, I know Nintendo has so many problems, but you look at stuff like Nintendo or you look at stuff like a lot of
Nintendo
indie
doesn't
games.
factor into this though.
No, I know, but I'm
I see where Jomar's going
yeah, but
because
like
I actually agree.
yeah, like graphical wise, like Nintendo isn't really like that crazy with the graphics like other companies, but you know, stuff like Nintendo and also indie games, a lot of the time they don't go with the whole like, oh, we need to go like full graphics to, you know, to be able to be successful. And we see that so many indie games and Nintendo games end up being very, very successful, yet they're
Okay,
not with this battle of who has the better
okay,
graphics.
but that's also because like Nintendo's kind of a special snowflake,
I know, but
right?
it's the point of
No, but
yeah.
you're okay. So AAA games, one of the many reasons, but like one of the primary reasons why graphics are always pushed the way they are is because if you have to spend, you know, 250 to 500 million dollars on a game, where is the money going?
Yeah.
Now that budget is we believe as gamers does not need to be sold, like does not need to be put in to make a good game, and rightfully so. It is not required.
Mm-hmm.
But a company the size of Ubisoft or Blizzard or Activision or any other AAA company,
Mm-hmm.
it is actually a requirement.
Mm.
The game does actually have to cost that much.
Why so?
Sorry?
Like why so? Like not arguing or anything. Like just curious. Like why does it have to be like that?
Okay. So remember back to when I was talking about the dollar investment?
Yeah, the shareholders and stuff.
Yeah. So if I've invested in a company, right? I want profit back at some point. Now, when a company gets big enough, they stop being able to invest in smaller projects
Mm-hmm.
because it becomes too unprofitable.
Mm-hmm.
So now they have to take bigger bets in order to make returns.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a problem that Berkshire Hathaway has ran into
Mm.
specifically.
Okay.
Berkshire Hathaway is led by Warren Buffett, who is considered the greatest investor to ever live.
Sure.
He's called the Oracle of Omaha.
Omaha?
Yeah, because he lives in Omaha, Nebraska.
Huh.
And he is recorded as the greatest investor to have ever lived.
Yeah.
Like by a lot. He's been running Berkshire Hathaway for like 70 years or more. And Berkshire Hathaway, if you average out their average return rate every single year, you're at like 25%. I think it's 23 to 25% year over year returns over a 60-year period. Right?
Yeah.
The problem that they're at now is that their investment strategy doesn't work at the scale they're at.
Buffett?
Right? Warren Buffett, yeah.
Oh.
So, okay, so if Berkshire Hathaway wants to buy into a company, they start looking at they're like starting like we can consider buying into a company. It's at least $1 billion. So they need to be able to buy $1 billion worth of that company before they can start deciding whether or not they even are interested in a company. Either they need to buy the entire company for $1 billion or $10 billion, or they need to buy into a company at a minimum of $1 billion. How many companies are available for that? How do you get a 25% return on $1 billion in a year?
Sorry,
That's
I was like,
an unsustainable number.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah. So obviously it's going to dip down. And the idea of investing that $1 billion into smaller companies that they'd be able to get excised returns into ends up costing them more than just investing in one good company at $1 billion. Right? Because they might have to invest in, 40, 50, 60. They might have to make like 60 individual bets. Right? Where any one of those could go completely sideways and they could lose 100% of it. In order to equivalent to find one good company to invest in a year. Right? But when you make that, when you find that good company and you invest in them, it has to be like a minimum of $1 billion. So that's the same idea with Activision, Blizzard, Ubisoft, EA, all of them. It's like, okay, so we're betting 4 years on this. We're wrapping up money in it, right? We can't afford to make 100 games, right? But we still need to make a certain amount back in that time period. So we can only make $500 million games. And $500 million game, where like at some point you're going to run out of the ability to program yourself out of things, and it's like, oh, we need to push graphics. Right? Like Breath of the Wild pushed graphics. It just didn't push graphics in hyper realism.
Yeah. I'm just like,
This looks really good, Jomar.
thank you. I'm dirtying it up even more than it is right now, just like the eggplant, because you weren't here like a few weeks ago when I was working on my DS overlays, but I did some like dirtied up stickers.
Oh,
Yeah.
yo, what the?
Yeah.
Wait, that's sick.
Yeah, I did some dirtied up stickers
Oh
to
my
like
gosh.
put in on like the actual model. And then I
This
just
reminds
like,
me of something.
which one?
This reminds me of something. I'm trying. Who were the people that originally made Ratchet and Clank? Hasbro? No.
No. Ratchet
I
and
want to say
Clank.
Naughty Dog, but I know that's
Who
wrong.
were the original? anyways, like it reminds me of like that kind of aesthetic of like the old PS2, or yeah,
Or he's
like the
going for
old PS2,
GameCube.
like um oh
I,
my gosh,
I think
like
he's going for Game Boy though. Like
they
GameCube.
had they had the you know how they had those brand, like I keep saying brand, but it's not brand, it's oh my gosh, what's it called, like where they show the different companies that like made the game. They had like this rustic kind of look to
Mm-hmm.
some of them,
Yeah.
and that's what that reminds me of. I can't really I'm sorry.
See,
I can't.
no, don't worry. See, I was thinking about it about like this trend that was happening like I think a few years ago where a lot of people would get these like very clean oh, Google says Insomniac games. Okay, that makes sense.
That's
Oh,
them.
Insomniac. Yeah, like the older Insomniac,
Yeah.
like the original. Yeah.
Um
I do need to interrupt quickly though. Sorry. I
yeah.
have to take off. So I will
Oh,
catch you guys later.
have a good
Oh, take
one.
care.
Sorry. My girlfriend has to get up early tomorrow.
Don't worry
No
about it.
worries.
Yeah. But it was
Laters.
nice to meet you. And it
Nice
was
to
good to
meet
chat with
you.
you.
Yeah. Good luck with your game.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Bye
Laters.
bye.
Um
Ta-ta.
but yeah, it was kind of like this trend where a lot of people were buying brand new sneakers and then they would pay another company. They would send their sneakers to a company and pay them like absurdly amounts of money so the company could dirty it up, like the brand new sneakers. So I'm like, hey,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I can do this with my own stickers and I can just do it with my own and just, dirty it up, scratch it, rip it, and then turn it into a clear, transparent border sticker, to
I
then
like it.
sell off. Yeah. And,
I like it.
I just want to think, you having it and then like somebody comes towards you and says, "Hey dude, why do you have that dirty ass sticker? Why don't you
It's
just
a
like
good
rip it
conversation
off?"
starter. Yeah.
Exactly. And then
Yeah, I see it.
you can just say like, "Well, um
Heh heh heh. Funny you
so
ask.
this is from a super super exclusive artist
Yeah.
uh that you cannot have, hair flips." Um So yeah, but that's kind of like the idea. But I mainly because like I when I did the withered stickers for my DS overlay, they look cool and I like the doing the method. Um and it was really fun. It was really fun to do. Like all the splatters and like ripping it, the very mysterious stains and everything. Like it was super fun to make.
I love it. It's epic. I'm a fan.
Yeah. Like I come in and I use something called a fresco, like really like blotch it, and I very like I touch it like, you know kind of. Yeah, it's super fun. Let's see. My girlfriend has to put pseudo to bed. His girlfriend has to put pseudo to bed. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's a lot of girlfriends. Mine's not here, so she cannot do that to me. Uh, Knew it was gonna be that. Serious stain is wild. Yes, yes.
Very
That's another.
mysterious. No
Yeah, that's
humor. No
another
humor.
conversational starter.
Yeah.
I
Dude,
was
what the
think.
heck
I
dirtied your
was
sticker? And you're like, well, funny
Well.
you ask.
Hell yeah. But yeah, it's super fun. I love it. And yeah, as I said, it's a conversational piece. Big part of art is just being a big ass conversational piece.
Kind of real.
Yeah, think about it. Why do you think rich people buy art? just to, like, talk shit in parties, thinking
Yeah.
to make people think that they know their shit. In reality, they don't
Yeah.
know their shit. They're just rich assholes that don't know how things actually work.
AKA meat. I'm just kidding. I'm not
See,
rich.
I was kind of
I'm
being,
not rich.
I was getting cautious, and then I
Oh
wasn't.
no!
I was thinking like, huh, maybe this is a rich guy. I'm talking to a rich
No!
guy.
No!
Uh,
No, not no.
damn.
No.
And I said,
I'm
nah,
gonna
let me
sue
double
you.
down.
Double tap.
Let me double down.
Calling me out. That's crazy.
Hell yeah, you know
How did you
me.
know?
You know me, but you
I've
don't
got
know
my
me.
6 Lamborghinis in the garage because I know mechanics.
Bruh,
I know
I got my
I know
Crocs.
quality.
I got my Crocs. I got like my third world no, just kidding.
Oh my goodness.
It kind of feels that way
He
though.
doesn't have got student loans. Oh no, I'm getting called out.
Yeah.
I was literally about to talk about that too. I'm getting completely called out right now.
Oh my god. Don't worry. I also get called out. Not about student loans because I continuously talk about them here, but yeah.
I what I wanted to talk about earlier was I guess like the industry for that I'm in for
Hmm.
games is stinky poo poo
It
bad.
really do be.
And so because of that, I guess I had a interesting career shift where I saw a few VTubers or
Hmm.
YouTube, I should say streamers specifically, more generic, start to the take up the software and game development label.
Yeah.
Um, Pirate Software is definitely up there, but I think what inspired me more
Hmm.
was the fact that this growing trend in like half the developers they applied to your generic entry level
Yep.
positions within the industry,
Hmm.
and I don't blame them, but they've got to feed their families somehow. It
Yeah.
just sucks that I applied for the same jobs. Did you know that Pirate Software's dad worked for Blizzard? Yes. Yes. It sucks that I have to apply to the same job that a 20-year experience person does. And it's like, what chance do I have? And then the other half of people turn to the internet
Hmm.
and they start posting themselves basically, hey, I'm going to make my own game. And
Yeah.
you can follow me on that journey.
Yeah.
And my favorite example of this is Wallaber.
Wallaber.
Do you know who that is?
No.
He's on Twitch. He was live earlier. Um, 20 years of Disney games,
Okay.
25 years of Universal Studios games. Gets laid off. Have you ever played Jellycar?
No.
Have you ever played Where's My Water?
Yes.
I think we talked about this, right? I think offline. Um, he made both of those.
Oh.
And usually, like when I mention him, it's like one of the two that people recognize, right?
Hmm.
Um, he he's like the kind of guy that honestly I don't even know why anyone would lay him off. But he just started streaming himself, like making games, and he recently released a garage rally racing car game.
Oh.
And that's now how he supports his family.
Good.
Like he now just streams on the weekends. He has Sunday game development testing
Oh.
where he just tests random game feedback loop ideas,
Hmm.
and then he is very open to like suggestions and really chill guy. um
As he should.
I kind of saw that. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, I could do this. Like, if this guy does
Yeah.
this and he supports like his family, then like, why can't I? And so that's kind of like where I'm going with this
Hmm.
is like, I think
yeah,
My
I
position is really special for that.
yeah, cuz like happened to me, not that, same experience where like I had to feed a family, or I did not work in a super big company. Like for me, it was I talked about this continuously on stream. I I come out of graduate like right, I come out of college, uh, you know, them pushing the whole thing about, LinkedIn and portfolio, and,
Oh my
some
goodness.
some people saying you have to do this, this, and this with your portfolio. Other people saying you have
Yeah.
to do this, this, and other, like don't do what he or she told you to. And then it's like, I send my portfolio, I send my cover letters, I send my resumes, and nothing, 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 nothing. And it's like, the experience that everybody's having right now, um before it was like actually more and more vocal, because I graduated right after the COVID bubble bursted, you know where, if you remembered, COVID happened, and then a lot of companies were asking for, uh for artists, for employees, and then that was a huge spike in like home
Mm-hmm.
entertainment because everybody was staying home. Um, and then I go in, I graduate, the bubble bursted, COVID is quote unquote finished, and I come out, and I never even managed to get an actual interview, like never. And I've had other people who have had interviews but never got, like they either got ghosted or just did not get accepted. And I had a few rejections, and I'm like, hell yeah, rejection. Thank you for giving me the rejection, the email. But unfortunately, so many others just left me on the loop, you know? That's the thing that bothered me the most. Like, at least give me the rejection so I can move on, and not wait, right? And on top of that, um, what is the Gargrith?
Heading to bed.
Oh, have a good one, Gargrith. Uh, sleep. Yeah, have a good night. But yeah, like, as I was saying, like, yeah, like it's fucking hell. Like, but you know, just like you said, income, like, and that's when like I started, and at that point when I was like looking for jobs, right? That's when, I came to a point where like, let me do something by myself. And I started learning stuff like Blender, ZBrush on my own. And then after that, I then decide like, hey, uh streaming, that could be a thing. And I was super nervous to try it out, but later on I managed to do it. And yeah, and then I originally said that I was never going to be a VTuber, and gave it a whirl, and look at me. I'm not the
Wow,
best
look at
VTuber,
you.
I don't have the biggest tatas or the cutesy voice a woo woo, but hey, like, I'm
Ah,
here.
what are you doing, dude? You're
I
missing out on the
know.
market.
I
What are you
know. I gotta make big tatas
what are you
soon.
doing, dude?
I gotta make my big
Uh
tatas. Yeah. But yeah, I think this model does have nipples though, but I'm not sure. But yeah,
I
like
love the I think. I
I
love the
think,
like I'm not sure. I made it myself, but I'm not
yeah, because I know I gave I gave it nipples at one point, but
Oh,
I
no.
don't remember if it ended up being erased because of all the like texture moving around and stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but no, like I just went in and did my own thing because and then I did get like, eventually I did get my first job as a teacher. But it's like I did have a little bit of a depression in the beginning because it's me going back to my old high school, by the way. So
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so imagine like
Circle.
yeah, imagine you get out of school and you're like, I'm never going back, and then you come back to
Come
work
back.
there as a teacher, which means that you have to look at the students like, you know, graduate and grow and grow and graduate, and you're just there in the same position, you know,
Wow.
year after year. So I felt very bad about that because yeah, like, and not only that, but also I was seeing a lot of students from my old college also, you know, the next year graduating, the year after that graduating, and me here not having a, you know, industry job yet. Um and not only that, but having some of my friends also posting on their socials, "Hey, I made it to this company." Like I have a few friends that actually got into Disney. And I'm like, "God damn it."
Yeah.
You know, and I've been to Lightbox, I've been to, you know, uh just, you know, just yeah, like events and stuff. And you know, another problem is like everything filling up, like portfolio reviews filling up, which is why like the second time I went to Lightbox, I just went there not only to help my professor with his booth, but also just like relax, you know? Like I was like already midway through the semester in my own job, and I'm like, I need a me break, you know, and also to learn. And honestly, I connected more with people in that second time, and it didn't feel like I was like, you know, the naive you know, out of college student kind of like quietly, you know, like in the corner waiting for the veteran to like stop talking, or just like embarrassed, like, you know, like very nervously like shaking their hand or whatever, you know, like just I was more relaxed. And I had people telling me that I looked more confident, you know? Because I just at that point I was like, I already have a job and I'm doing my own thing on the side. Not that I'm comfortable right now, but I still want to go into the industry, but you know, I'm not as much in a rush, you know, because I'm like, thanks to my uh Twitch, you know, my streaming, I'm having more and more connections, right? I'm meeting new people. I'm, you know, doing little projects, my own projects, and you know, maybe helping other people out. You know, growing a community. So, you know, and that at least helped me feel a little bit better.
I think one thing that I remember taking away from my personal experience was feeling as though if I'm not at a big company,
Hmm.
I'm not in the industry. And the reason why I point this out is I remember watching in college Doig Swift
Like
and
Swift.
thinking to myself, um, so Doig Swift is Doig and Swift,
Oh yeah,
them together.
yeah, you showed me.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, if you do look up on Twitch Doig Swift, they do stream, but their bread and butter is they're actually animators, and they are hired by a lot of companies
Yeah.
um, that have them do concepting, coloring. Doig specifically, he's done video game work. He's a game developer. Swifty, if you've seen the recent Sonic movie, she took part in that.
Nice.
She was one of the concept artists for it, which is amazing because she's a huge Sonic fan. I remember watching them and
Mm,
just I remember distinctly thinking to myself like, man, there's like they are way ahead of
hmm.
like where I could be. Like that is something far in the future, something that like they are really they've seen it all.
Yeah.
And then Doig said in one stream, almost impromptu, he basically said like the last thing you want to do is think to yourself, I can't wait to do work in like a
Mm,
specific field. if you want to do work, just make the work yourself. He
Yeah.
basically said. He was like, just do, like, just start working on something, and now that's your project.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, he even said, I've never been hired at a company that I applied for,
Mm.
but I've been hired by multiple companies because they reached out to me seeing what I was working on, like
Yeah.
just doing my own thing.
Yeah.
And that kind of just like was jaw-striking, because I look at him now, I don't see him working for a big company, but I can say he's in the game industry.
Yeah.
And it's not because he was like, oh, I work for like blah 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 company or like this. It's just the fact that he's just working on games.
Yeah.
Like that's so when I was with on call with one of my friends, her name's Space Cadet,
Mm-hmm.
and she was also in the game industry for 7 years. I kind of had a weird realization where it was like, wait, I'm making games, so therefore I am part of the game industry. And she basically just said like, hope you enjoy your stay, like welcome in. And I was just like, wow. Like
Yeah.
I really don't need some label to tell me that like
Yeah.
I made it. You
Yeah.
just have to make it yourself, and you define yourself by just like honestly doing what made you passionate in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. No. Like, I felt the same way when I was starting out in college, where and this is like midway through, like I was already like second year, and I was asking my the career services, um because at the time I didn't have experience. So I was like, in my mind, I was like, can I actually call myself an illustrator or a concept artist? And they're like, did you illustrate it? Did you did this work and
Concept.
this type of work? And I say
Yeah.
yes and yes, and then yeah, you're a concept
Then yeah.
artist. Um oh, yeah, and yeah, because like the thing is that like I always call myself a 9 to 5 artist. Uh
hmm
in the sense that like I'm very much how do I say this? I'm very like I try to like have structure, emphasis on the try. Um because like yeah, like it's so yeah, like it's so I that's why I always always wanted to go for like an industry job, because my dream is to eventually go and work at Nintendo. Like that is my dream job.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Specifically not only Nintendo but also Pokemon. Like that is the top, that Ben de la creme up there.
hmm
Um and not saying that they're the best company or whatever. It's just that like, you know, I want to make creature. I want to like, live off by making creatures. In my favorite, studio, my favorite company. So yeah. Uh, but yeah, I always wanted to like go in for that like studio job because of like the structure. Um, but now it's like I'm kind of like just doing my own thing, and and meeting new people, doing different projects here and there while still having like a structured job in the background, but still being able to do my work, my personal work, which is what I wanted. But yeah, but
Mm.
I'm still like training and still fighting to whoever, like maybe in the future eventually get into that, or create my, because Pokemon is my industry dream, but eventually like my
Mhm.
own personal dream, because that's another thing. Now that I've been working independently on my own stuff, now I have a new dream, which is eventually making my own studio, right?
Right.
Uh, and hopefully a studio here in PR with Puerto Rican artists, even other Latino artists, coming in and putting in their their talents, their work, just like how Guillermo del Toro, he's trying to revitalize Mexican you know filmmaking. And
Heck yeah.
so I want to, I wish I could, I really want to, but there's so many hurdles, specifically just the day-to-day life. But I know, at least when it comes to art, there's so much talent. And I even shared it on Discord that some people here made sort of like a Puerto Rican gumball, and it was like a short film, and it was actually pretty, it was pretty like cheesy and just a smidge cringe, but it was still cool. It was still different from what I've seen. Like, there's times when they just do like wacky poses, like if they're like Denzel Crocker from Very Odd Parents,
Yeah.
but in like live action. So it's mixing it up. And yeah, so like, but that's the thing. Like, I now working independently. Um, Now I have like another goal on the side. So,
That's
and
awesome.
yeah, and you know bit by bit, trying out. But first, I want to at least gain experience, because that's the main reason why I also wanted to, like, be in a company, because I wanted to learn off other veterans, and grow and start getting that knowledge to then eventually also make my own my own studio one day, and
Hmm.
make our own games, give opportunity to peeps, to like new artists, just to like bring up new talent.
That's
Thank you,
awesome.
Mika. Thank you, Mika, for the Pokemon. Yeah, I was saying, like,
No, that's
training,
awesome.
fighting, yeah, but that's that's like a very future goal. But right now, it's like trying to just better my skills, and also build like my own business,
A
uh
brand.
a
Yeah.
brand, exactly, like a brand, like my own business. And also at the same time experimenting with new materials and new uh you know ways of making art, like Blender, for example. Like, Blender has been such an amazing experience, learning and also like growing a community, because you know besides my 2D art, I managed to find so many more like 3D artists as well. And we can like bounce off knowledge from each other and like learn. And you know, 3D complements 2D so well,
It does. Yeah. I agree.
because like I could be working with like some, I don't know, like this sticker, for example. I don't know if you saw it on my Discord, the period sticker.
Yeah, yeah.
You saw that there was like a bunch of stickers in the background, right?
From what you posted in
Discord,
your
yeah.
server.
Yeah, yeah. Like, there were like some, like, the
Oh
same
yeah, yeah,
sticker in the
yeah. I
background.
see him.
Yeah, yeah. So that was a template I got from somebody else that made that on
Oh.
Blender, to like show off the stickers.
Oh, to like pop it.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
I did edit it a little bit, though,
That's
to
cool.
like make the stickers in the back like farther away by making them darker, and make the front one like pop more. But yeah, no, like, that's, you can see how, for that, it complements. And you can see it on my streams as well, where I use a lot of Blender elements to like 3D elements to like make my streams look better.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I really appreciate mixed media.
Yeah.
I think it's very underrated.
It's
Um
so underrated.
I do have to go in a second.
Yeah.
But I did want to add to what we were just talking about. Because I think what used to drive me was something very similar,
Mm-hmm.
but there was something that kind of changed my mind about um, corporate setting.
Yeah.
When I was in college, I was uh, very, very lucky. I did get an internship that would have landed me a very, very nice job.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard of the company called Honeywell?
It's ringing a bell,
Bet you
but
sounds familiar.
uh,
I bet it sounds familiar, at least.
it's somewhat familiar.
If if you live in at least the Americas and you go to your thermometer right now, there's like a 30% chance it's Honeywell.
Okay.
If you go to your air conditioner outside, there is like a 50% chance it's Honeywell. Your
Mm-hmm.
home security, as well as business technology, airplane materials,
Mm-hmm.
as well as military materials, biotech. They're a multi-international corporate conglomerate. They
Oh.
do a lot. They do a lot. Um, Mostly in like material work, but they also work in like uh workplace like employee like experience. So
Mm-hmm.
basically like they do a lot of software stuff too, for like technology experience for businesses.
Okay.
They needed interns for like multiple things like marketing, for biotech, and also for web development. So I was more of like the employee like experience. So I worked with the experience of like some of the software they had,
Mm-hmm.
and I got an internship there. And the city that I'm in, they just opened up like an HQ right down the road.
Oh.
So they take so much pride in all of this crazy experience. They like poured in all their resources into this building.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, this is the most advanced building like ever type deal. Um, Anyways, overlooked a football stadium.
Oh.
It was in the set heart of the city that I live near.
Mm-hmm.
It had really great parking, and it had free food. Like literally, I'm just trying to like sell the fact that this is like a kind of job that people pretty much would hope for.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only thing I miss about it is the parking.
Okay.
There's something about the culture behind working for a big business that
Yeah.
is so hard to describe unless I give like a situation, like an
Yeah.
example.
Yeah.
When I was working with this team under this one manager, they gave us like these managers that were like these internship like team leaders,
Uh-huh.
and they gave you a team, and then they also gave you like a manager for you, right? Like your whole like internship period, like person who's responsible for you.
Mm-hmm.
This is more specifically the team leader who had this problem for us that we had to work together with our fellow interns to solve.
Yeah.
It took us 2 weeks to figure out what the problem was. The reason is not because the problem was complicated, but because this guy used so much business jargon,
Mm.
so much like large loaded zombie words
Oh no.
that we just did not understand what he was trying to solve.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I can't even begin to repeat what he said, but you can imagine.
Yeah.
Um, he, you know what the problem was? He
Mm-hmm.
wanted us to do a file conversion
Just that.
because they were paying just that, because they were paying another company to take in uh, SRP like import records and
Mm-hmm.
converting the files for Honeywell and then sending it to Honeywell.
Okay.
and they were like, we want to cut out the middleman, so we want to do the file conversion ourselves, and we want to use AI. And we're like,
Oh.
okay,
Gee.
why do you want to use AI? And they're like, because AI is the next generation of technology. We want to be the It's just because it was cool.
Yeah.
Like that was
That's
that was
literally
it. Like it that was it.
yeah, it's literally like we actually had an AI workshop at my school right at the end, and some tools were cool. Well, at least the ones where it was basically Google. Um, but with like the actually giving you the links.
You're gonna
Um,
love our solution.
what was it?
Um, let me real quick. I'll finish the story and then feel free
Yeah,
to let me know
I'm
what you think.
okay. Tell it while I
Um,
look for somebody to raid.
you're good. You're good. I remember us trying to explain to this guy, this 60-year-old man, basically why AI is a bad idea.
Uh huh.
The reason why is because if you know anything about AI, it you give it a problem and then you give it a solution, and then you say go from like point A to point B basically, and then it keeps trying and failing until it gets there, and then it tries to like do it a little bit faster.
Mm.
The reason why this is a problem
Hello.
is not for a file that can constantly have different values in like different
Oh,
inputs.
can you repeat that? Because you kind of got cut off for a sec.
No worries. Uh, you won't use AI for file conversion because every file type could be different and have a different format.
Mm.
You're forcing an AI to relearn every time. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's super time consuming. It's not good. You want to process. You want to create a simple program that just processes the file types
Mm-hmm.
and then just converts it.
Yeah.
We tried. We tried everything. We tried to write this out for him. We even tried to like draw it out for him. He literally would not budge. So our solution was something called Google File AI.
Mm-hmm.
That was a AI that Google provided to you to do the file conversion for you.
Oh no.
They loved it. They were like, "This is amazing. This is the our youngest brightest minds came up with this."
Oh
They were
god.
so like in awe of our idea that they were like, "All of you are hired. This is immaculate." But you
See
know what the punchline is was
what?
that this cost money.
Yeah.
It literally costed them the same amount of money as the original way they were doing it.
No, yeah, and like that's what I see everywhere. It's just that like AI is just giving people just a high, just like a
It
high
was
of excitement.
so brain cell destroying for
Yeah.
me. I just like
Oh yeah.
I it was a 5-year contract and I was like, I don't think I could do 5 years of this. I'm so sorry.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
And yeah, I basically declined. I couldn't do it. I literally felt like
But the thing is,
uh
unfortunately, they're gonna start sending out job applications for AI AI what like people that know AI, and they're just gonna grab like just randos that just know how to prompt, and they're just gonna start taking the jobs from people that actually studied stuff like coding or art or whatever. So that's the thing that like bothers me, is that they're just gonna get
hmm,
a bunch of AI bros that most likely are not gonna have uh the maturity, nor they're gonna have like the intelligence to be able to do like complicated tasks,
hmm.
because you know yeah, like they didn't yeah, they lack certain skills. So yeah, it's kind of like when in art where uh they're just putting out job applications for people that know how to do generative image AI stuff.
Yeah.
But then try putting somebody like that in front of a art director, and the art director coming in and asking them to like change this, and this. They cannot. Like
You're
those are
right.
people that do not know how to paint or draw, and if they do know how to paint and draw, um it's still gonna be like very frowned upon, you know. And even so, even if it's not frowned upon, like it's still like, there's certain things that are still gonna look weird, like lighting or something else. So yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
I hate it. I hate it.
Um,
It's like, do you think
well,
AI is gonna do this like beautiful period sticker?
are
No. Is it gonna do
you AI,
a
Jomar? Are you sure? Are you trying
what?
to trick me?
What?
Are you AI?
Nah,
Are
I'm
you a robot?
BS. I'm
Mm,
BS. I'm
yes.
BS. Yeah, I'm all bullshit.
Oh no. No. I knew there was something up. No.
There's always something off. Look what I drew, man. Like,
No.
look at it. Of course it's
No.
something
No.
off.
Can't be. Can't be.
But yeah. But yeah, peeps, I'm tired. Well, my name is Jamar JV, but so I'm not named tired. See, that's a dad joke right there. Um
Got him.
So, I'll see you guys on Friday where we're gonna be playing some. I don't know the name. I forgot the name of the game, but we're gonna be doing some gaming stream on Friday with Ava. So first collab stream ever. So hell
Let's
yeah.
go.
So I'll see you guys on Friday. Have a good one. We're gonna raid Persivores. Looks like they're doing some Chikawa art. And I love their VTuber. It's so it burns my eyes and I love it. So yes. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Good night. Be spooky always. And have a good one. Laters.